eyes and go to sleep. Dream, oh darling, dream. Forget about the part you play to the machine. And when you wake, know your soul is theirs to keep. You've sat on the dotted line, and now you're in it deep. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Let the night become the day. Let the night become the day. Run, oh baby, run. We've had a blast, but there ain't time for no more fun. Darkness follows quite soon after the sun, and the shadows that follow you won't stop until they won. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray.
Oh, what's up? Oh, what's good, everybody? It's been a minute. It's been, well, at this point, 7 minutes. But it's been a while. I haven't seen the names that I see before me. Hello. How you doing? Alex Starbeats, thanks for being the first to chat. DGE, good to see ya. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you. First to join as well. Thank you very much. Good to see. Logan, the music guy. Welcome. Let's embark upon this. What's up, guys? Thanks for your how you doings. I'm doing, you know. Got a bunch of more gigs booked for the summer, which is how it always happens. This is obviously the game for audio. The summer gets super busy, and then the rest is a existential drought, and makes me question my life decisions to a point where, you know, I start regretting things. But no matter. It seems that the dawn is upon us, I guess. But yeah, that means that because I've been booking a lot more things, I've had actually musical gigs as well, playing electric guitar in like a professional context, and yeah, almost played bass guitar in a musical in Grease, the musical. But then I got so many contract offers, and this was going to be like a free community theater gig, and I was like, yeah, I probably should get out of debt before playing in community theater gigs. So that's what's new. Pretty much been stocking up as many gigs as I can for the coming months, and been playing a lot of music. My fingers I've got blisters on my fingers. So yeah. A lot to do. I do have a lot to do. Yes, and it's tax season, and I still haven't done that, which is wonderful. Just gotta do the whole damn thing. So that's a lot. But yeah, it's good. It's good to have something to do. It's better to be busy than not. That's what I usually say. So, how is everyone else doing? I wonder. Let's hear you. Let's hear y'all speak a little bit in the chat. And Logan, the music guy, was Thought I felt a burp coming, but I didn't. No. Either way, guys, it's been a long ass time, and we're already 10 minutes in here on the full stream, including the intro. But still, why don't we just jump the fucking hell into this shit, man? Why don't we just do that? Huh? Why don't we just jump in to the feedback portion of this feedback stream, which is going to represent all of it. So let's do it. Yo. Let's see this cue. I forget how to do this because it's been literally weeks. Okay, so let's see this cue. There it is. All right, so we got DGE up first, Starbeats up next, and Logan, the music guy. Let's go, folks. Let's get into it. Here we go. Intro is bland. You gonna change it. Okay. We'll keep that in mind either way. But I mean, if history informs us of anything, it's not the intro that usually shakes me about your music. It's more the drops. You know? Either way, let's hear what's going on. Morgue of Oblivion. Morgue of Oblivion. Jesus Christ. This is what I mean, guys. It's like, it's a good name. It's obviously, I'm more of the dark aesthetic of music in general, but like, Morgue of Oblivion. That is, it refers to, what I'm referring to right now is a rule called the most of everything, which is like, if you're gonna go in dark, you go in dark. Morgue of Oblivion. You know? So, here we go. Without further ado, Zeri? Maybe we ignore the W. Maybe the W is silent. A sentence I've never said before. And, of course, DGE, Morgue of Oblivion, V5. Let's fucking go. God damn! The fuck? What a way to start off the day, am I right? Well, my ears have been prepped to listen to music. That's, you know how vocalists are supposed to warm up their voice before singing? My ears have been warmed up before listening. Or I should say, as I'm listening. That's like, let's go. I have all of the frequencies now that have moved through my ear canals. Every single one from 20 to 20K has been stimulated. It's like feeling every taste when you like take a bite of something and there's like the salty, the sweet, the sour, the spicy, and the umami all together. Just explosion in the ears. Now, that is good that, you know, we're filling the space. I agree with you that the intro, it could use a little more story. It could use elements that basically take me through it in more of a by the hand, I guess, kind of way, where you're like introducing elements that actually sound like it's going somewhere, and then you just obviously take us to a completely different place for sure. So what I'm hearing is this main synth here, which is brutal. Let's hear it. So the rhythm's changing, and it's good because it's a rhythm like offset. I'm starting to get used to it, so I'm starting to be able to like hear both beats at the same time. This motherfucker having me practice pushing and pulling as a drummer just by listening to music, DGE. Thank you, I suppose. But here I am learning shit, so that's what I'm here for too, I guess. But this main synth, so it's good that you change up the timing of it all. Like and then you go and you change that up, and that's good. The timing has got to move. I feel like there could be movement within the tonality of it, because it's like right now it's hitting a note, like it's resonating in, hold on, I think it's B. No, it's C sharp. Is it? Is that it? I think like there's this resonance in the C sharp frequency. Between C and C sharp, I think. It's resonating in that. If I had it like a wah on it, it would make a. Yeah, it's a Foreman filter that literally targets a specific set frequency within that zone, and it's sort of on that C sharp kind of scale. Now, what I would do personally is I would strategically like tell the story with the melody as well, but just changing the frequency. You don't have to actually change the pitch of the note, but just like so that it goes like. Something like that, notes that surround the ones that you're using, which is like C sharp, whatever the fuck, it's probably in between the two. But yeah, notes that surround that and like just distort it. Even if it's microtones and not necessarily full semitones, that's great. That's fantastic. You're having that change in the perceived pitch, I think is the best way to describe that phenomenon. It's like the pitch that I'm perceiving, it changes ever so slightly depending on the notes within your rhythm, and it will further complexify the story that you're telling within that very rhythmic, like, I want to hear both, I suppose. But I don't, and I know that's the thing, is like tricky with noise synths, is that changing the pitch actually changes the whole shape of the synth, and we don't want that. We want that shape to stay the same. We just want that resonant filter point to shift throughout the song so that it, again, changes the perceived distortion. So more peak distortion, not necessarily more, just at different frequencies. What Logan, the music guy, is saying, maybe like a C sharp D F with a fucked up minor sixth harmony on it. Exactly. So like thinking within the scales of the musical frequencies. So like right now, let's say what frequency is, let's see, what that is that, a C4 frequency in hertz? Let's just see something real quick. The middle C, is it? Low C? Whatever, 261. Let's say, yeah. So you're that. Let's say that's your like fixed peak point for your filter, for your formant filter. Let's say that's your peak. Change that peak value and just like tune it so that it's kind of telling a musical story with a lot of really dark themes, like Logan, the music guy, suggested, a C sharp, a D, an F, that fucking 1 2 3, but like the flat second and the flat third, just like fuck with us, you know, like tonally speaking. And again, even if it's microtones, it's still enough change for us to feel less comfort. The whole point here is you're like instilling a discomfort in us, and now what I want is us to feel even further away from the discomfort, so that when you take us back to that, let's say it's 260, 250, 300, whatever hertz that you started on, when you take us back there, we feel slightly more comfortable, but we feel like there's a shifting story being told through the fucking frequencies, bro. It's a tough trick to get right, but when you get it right, it's like you unlock this whole new spectrum of storytelling melodically without even having to change the note of the notes you're playing. You could just tell the story with the EQ or the filters. Because technically you just have the C sharp note only, so you can go with a fucked up scale like Locrian number 2 to make it dark. You get me, Logan, you get me. Logan, the music guy, you get my music stuffs. You get it. You know how to, you understand what I mean when I'm commenting on music songs. So thank you. Peak distortion chords. Kind of, yeah, exactly. Using the distortion itself as like the formant for your pitch. Kind of, a little bit. Why not? I hear it there. Now it's just about shifting that. You know? That kind of shit. Whoo, changes the story altogether. Not bad. The only other thing that I would suggest is when you do change up the section here. Yeah, I think I'm going to be right about it. I think I'm going to be right about this. When you change up that section there, maybe throw in some ride. Yeah. So, yeah, we need a little ride. We need a little ride. And it was a simple point to illustrate. I just had to play the damn thing, but I needed to be, I needed it to be a little bit more resonate-y. Is that the term? I needed to fill up even more space. Even though you're taking more space, now we need to fill up the higher frequencies so that that tension by the end of the song is just like, ah! That's what we want, essentially. We want people to be like yelling to the point where they're like hitting themselves in the face and foaming at the mouth. We need that. But that's the only other thing I gotta say. The rest of it is honestly pretty legit, pretty well designed. I agree with, I believe it's either Alex or Logan saying The sound design is quite tasty. Very, very tasty. Let's see who that was. I don't know who it was. I can't find the message, but someone said that the sound design was awesome, and I agree. So thank you, and that's that. But on that note, good track, dude. As usual, DGE coming out with this like very heavy shit that is always well produced and loud and great. So like, well done. Fucking banger. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to your track online, on stream. Thank you for allowing us to provide feedback, comments on it, enjoy it together. I still enjoyed myself, you know what I mean? So that was pretty awesome. And as always, DGE, thank you for trusting us with your track. Very nice to be kicking things back off with such a strong track. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Very happy about that. So we're gonna actually go through this queue here, guys. We don't have that many people with us, but we got a couple. So thanks, Mike and Logan, and all the viewers for the feedback. Definitely gonna rework this and use your feedback. I'm gonna go study now again. So see ya. Good luck in school. Don't drop out. Finish your shit. Just finish it. Just finish it, because then it's done. Just finish your school. Hey, dope track, man. Have a great day, DGE. You're so kind, Logan. You're so kind. All right, we're moving through. We'd like to say also for our first time chatter, NVU Naughty Ghost. Okay, I got a moment for my brain to Google translate what was going on in that username. So Naughty Ghost, thank you for joining the queue. We're gonna listen to your track in a couple of turns here. We're gonna call up Starbeat's track, but do me a favor, Naughty Ghost, hold your SoundCloud link until your name pops up in the queue, just like you saw when I did for our next Alex Starbeats right now. You saw that Play with Viewers bot said, "It's your turn, Alex Starbeats." That's when you could share your link, and then we'll get to it. Oh no, nothing to be sorry about, man. No worries. You're new guy. I do have the rules up in the command feedback. If ever you guys want to take a look at that, it's also in the about section. Should be. Either way. All right, Starbeats, Alex, let's go. Made this in like 2 hours today. Let me know what you think. Escucha Control Alt Venus de Starbeats. Well, let's escucha together. Spanish. I speak a little Spanish. Más o menos. All right, here we go. Control Alt Venus. I love that title. I love that title. By Starbeats. Let's listen to, let's listen to 2 minutes of it either way. But, vamos. All right. I like seeing that, guys. I like seeing a raid. That's a good thing, guys. That's a good thing. What is going on? Raiders from the channel. I didn't see. I think it was Geronimo TV. That's right. What's going on, dude? Thank you for raiding. Appreciate that very much. That's very kind of you. We got Moody Bins, got Far Horizon. Welcome, y'all. I appreciate y'all being with us today. We are just listening to people's music and giving our feedback on it. We had, funny enough, come to the 2-minute mark, which is where we're gonna stop, but then y'all came in and I had to just dance a little bit and be a little bit happy, because goddamn, this is the first raid we've gotten in a minute. It's actually the first stream we've done in a minute, but welcome, Geronimo TV, and your fellow viewers. Appreciate that. So let's go through this track. Let's talk about this. Let's show you guys what I do a little bit. I go through this track and I listen to part by part, going like, this part could have done this part could have done. So let's go here. Let's go in the intro. First of all here, Starbeats. Let's talk about this part. Right? You know the part that you can't hear? Hold on. So you hear how you're swelling your kick, like your low end? That's cool. That's a cool effect. It's a good way to like transition into your next section. The problem is that all the frequencies are being sort of addressed, except for the low mids, like your kind of your like subby lows, or your like just above your subby lows, like those almost like the low chugging guitar, or kind of like a high playing bass or something like that. Those frequencies. We could have swelled in on those after the kick was already swelled, and we could have... Far Horizon, thank you very much for that follow, appreciate that. We could have introduced our listeners to some low mid frequencies a little bit more gradually, just like you did with the rest of them. I think it would have been on theme. When we get to the drop, good rhythm, good stuff. First thing I would say though is your bass, your low sub is now a little flubby. You're getting a lot of interference with your low arpeggios as well, because I hear those like noisy low arpeggios. They're kind of stepping on some things, but that's cool. That's cool. It's just that with that and a flubby low sub, it's kind of stepping on each other. So I would say maybe pick between a tighter sub frequency, like a low bass sub, or pick between those arps for that section, because we're getting a little like of interference one on the other. They're not helping each other, but rather stepping on each other. That's the other thing. The other thing I will say is that I noticed that in this drop here, so yeah, I gotta agree with you, Geronimo. I love those trance vibes. I love those trance vibes. It's really, really cool, and it's got that good vibe. What I would say to you in terms of mixing here, you're putting a lot of emphasis on the main synths in the left and the right. And so what's happening is that basically the only thing that's going on in the center is your like kick, snare, and sub. And so those things are responsible for a lot of energy in your center. And the thing is that it's a trance song, so it's going to be 4 to the floor. It's normal. That's normal. So you can't expect your sub, kick, and snare to do that much work, and interestingly-ness-wise. You like that word? You like that word? Stick that shit on a t-shirt. So yeah, I think, to be honest, if you were to play a little bit more in the center with your main synth, so you definitely have that energy in the left-right that you've designed here. You've created such a soundscape that is really nice. But if you throw that back into the center, it'll give a little more energy to your song. It'll give a little bit more interest to your song, because we know what is the focus point. When you think of something to the left and to the right, it's subconsciously out of our center of focus, literally center of focus. So that's fine, and that's cool when you're like throwing it to the left and right to like change up our focus a little bit. But if you're not coming back to the center with your lead element, we're kind of losing what we should be listening for a little bit subconsciously. It's a very subtle effect, but you would be wise to bring it back to the center. The last thing, and I will say this is the last note that I have for this little break here, we now need a little bit less bass energy. Maybe if you address your low sub bass throughout, it might address that already. But at this point in this particular section, when we're like taking a breath, we just need a little bit less energy in that frequency in particular, just so that we can almost know where to rest, know where to breathe. Because at this point, we are getting a little less high end, but you're almost adding more low end to compensate. And what we want to do is we want to actually have like a breath on all fronts. So I'd say ease off maybe some of your real like intense kick. Maybe take actually some, this is a good trick as well. You take some high end energy off of your kick so that you actually think like there's less bass, but in reality there's only less treble for the things that are more responsible for bass than they are treble. It's a subconscious trick. Again, it's something that you don't perceive until you perceive it. And that might be a good tip, is just to like take a high pass to your, or rather a low pass, I should say, to your kick and make it a little bit more low and focused instead of having that energy in that kick. And that's my last note though. That's pretty much it. Apart from that, right? So, yes, that is pretty much all I gotta say. I will bid ye a thank ye. Starbeats, Alex, thank you very much for always being with us and for coming on through and dropping. Moody Bins, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who's also been joining the Naughty Ghost with the follow as well. Getting a couple of fans coming back. That's lovely. Dance was perfect. I'm dying too, but physically, because I had to do the dance and I'm in my 30s. So like my body is starting to go like, stop this. It's ridiculous. What are you doing? Thank you very much, Alex Starbeats, for allowing us to listen to this track online, for allowing us to comment and provide feedback on it. I know you're receptive to that. I know you implement the things that work for you. So thank you for being receptive and being open to critique and to feedback. But thank you either way for trusting us with your track. We had some fun, right? We had some fun. Let's dance some stuff. We did a little bit more of that. Yeah, it's great. It's one of those songs where like anytime it comes on, I'm gonna basically just have to do the spaghetti arms. It's one of those songs, so I'm loving that. Loving that vibe. All right, so we're moving on down the queue here, folks. Next, Logan the Music Guy. But first, while you're posting your link, oh, you're really quick on that, but I'm gonna like look at some of your comments, guys, here. My man also rocking a pen and pad. Yeah, man, my memory ain't that good, so I gotta write it down. I smoke a lot of weed, so that's just a side effect. This is some detailed and highly constructive feedback. That's what we do here. We look at things from a musical, an engineering, and a storytelling perspective. We don't just limit ourselves to one. So if there's elements that I'm like, you should probably write a melody here, that's like just baseline what your track needs to work in a mass context, I guess. Bit of the Rick Rubin approach, I guess. So if you're not there for that, if you're there for like just purely artistic feedback, let me know. I could do that too. I do the whole like, this is what this song makes me feel feedback. So that's good too. We got Far Horizon, who's joined. Interestingly-ness-wise, thank you, Geronimo, for writing that down. It needed to be written in text. Moody Bins, thanks for joining. Alex, you don't have that much not much star work. You don't have that much Starbeats work to do. Just a couple of tweaks, and your track is on its way. There, thank you. Whew, that was like caught right here for like 3 minutes. 30s, you're still a young man. Yeah, that's what they tell me, but my body is telling me stop eating so much. All right, Logan the Music, I got your link here. I'm gonna pull it up now. Man, loving the vibe. My Far Horizon, my dude. What's going on? Boink, says Logan the Music Guy. Very entertaining. Thank you. I'm trying. Mad love. I gotta get going. Have an awesome stream. Thank you for rating Geronimo TV. I appreciate that so much. So much. It's so much fun to see a raid because it's like, oh shit, I don't know any of you people. What's going on? Ah! And then I'm nervous because it's like, oh shit, I should probably be extra competent at what I'm doing here. Food is great. Food is great. Am I right, Naughty Ghost? Damn, food is great. I just had me like leftover chicken cutlet sandwich that my grandma made some chicken cutlets, put that shit in bread with some lettuce and mayo. That shit's delicious. Tonight, we got some ribs in the slow cooker. We're gonna be eating well for today. I'll tell you that. Never stop eating, need to live, right? Never stop eating. If I could have like a bowl of snacks that always refills itself in this studio, I would love that. I would love that. I'm eating right now. I envy ye. Far Horizon. I'm 32. Sometimes I can't feel my fingers. Same! On all accounts! Sometimes my fingers just start tingling like, well, that's new. Oh, yeah, no, where did that go? I don't know. Who knows, right? 32. It's like such a year, eh? Grandma got the food magic. Yeah, those Italian grandmas are legit too. The nonnas, they got some juice. They got some juice to them. Like they know what's up in the kitchen. Although I'm starting to notice that I'm learning the tricks that my grandma has been doing and then like improving on them. And I don't dare tell my grandmother like, hey, you know, the chicken's a little dry. Maybe if you were to like high fry it instead of like cooking it slowly in the oven, it might actually retain some of its succulence. But I can't tell my Italian grandmother that. She would have a fucking heart attack. Like, possibly. She's in her 80s. So, like, I can't start criticizing my grandmother's cooking. But the thing is even if in its imperfection, I still fucking love it so much. That sandwich was so good. That sandwich was so good. Even if it was dry. It's okay, nonna. It's okay. Ti amo lo stesso. Okay, Logan the music guy. Grandma got the food magic. Here we go with the music magic. Pillars of Sulphur. Sulphur spelt with the English spelling, from the English land, by the artist Nivola, or it might be like German, like Nivola, like I don't know. Either way, it's the work in progress. It's a minute long. We're gonna listen to it. We're gonna tell you what we think about it at the end of it, and let's fucking do it. I said let. Okay. That's some creative stuff. Nikki Kalani. It's such an American thing to do to mispronounce my name. And I'm Canadian, so, you know. What's up, Nikki? Welcome back. Far Horizon, agreed. Some headbanging shit, for sure. That's Polish metal if I've ever heard it. I am not familiar with Polish metal, but I didn't even have time to, like, write down notes about this, but I do have some comments here. Nikki Kalon, this man wins. Oh, he guessed it. Polish. I see. Syrup, eh? Yeah, oh, for sure, bud. We got some syrup over here. Oh, for sure. We got so much fucking syrup. Oh, let me tell you there, bud. Here's a few comments. I'm Californian, man. There's no excuse to mispronounce it. Mispronounce what? What did I mispronounce? Oh, Polish metal? Was it Polish metal that I mispronounced? Or Polish? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Let's talk about the song. Good. Solid first roll. Okay, so just based on the sound of your samples, I'm gonna guess a few things. First, I'm going to guess your drums are digital. That's a pretty easy one. That's a pretty obvious guess. I'm going to guess that you're using something like Axe FX or Kemper or something for the tone because it sounds really good. I'm going to guess that you're a guitarist as well. And also, I'm going to guess that your bass is also programmed synth bass and not an actual bass, because it sounded a little too clean and the sample sounded a little too identical to one another when the bass came in. But let's talk a little bit about, besides those guesses, which mean nothing, let's talk a little bit about the tonality of this here. So, I see that you've done some work with the stereo panning and the EQing and the compressing and stuff. I see that some work is done with that, which is fine. The EQ is, I think, a bit of a mismatch for the bass, especially for this section. I think what we're going to need is something that crunches a little more and has a little more scooped mids, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. It could have the reverse effect, because your guitars are also scooped mids, but we're also band passing them to only mids. So I'm thinking that we're hearing too much mids in one, even though they're spread left and right, we're hearing too much mids across the spectrum. OTT fixes everything. I love hearing this perspective over and over. This is, I think, by far the perspective that I've heard the most, whether people are serious or joking about it. OTT fixes everything. It's like the miracle plugin. And I've tried it and it fixes nothing. It's the worst thing, least control. I don't like it, but I get it. It's amazing for digital music. And aggressive music like this, it could honestly work. Honestly, it could work. But let's talk about this section here. So now I feel like your bass is not occupying enough space. First of all, like this goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Your guitars are too loud because you're a guitarist. I do the same thing. I play drums and I play bass and I play guitar. And before I started playing the bass, the former two, the bass and the drums seriously, I also always turned up the guitars way too loud. Even live, it was always the case. That said, it's important that we understand that guitars don't actually need to occupy that much decibel space. They just need to occupy the right frequency pocket, and then the bass is really what's going to carry them through, which is why I'm having trouble here feeling like your bass is supporting anything, because it feels like there's a lot more mids and not enough sub, which is why it's like right now the shape of the bass's EQ is kind of like this across the spectrum, like really curved like that, and what I think it needs to do is more like that. A smiley face, because you're gonna have more of the uppers and more of the lowers, or rather the opposite for your guys' perspective, more of the low end and more of the high end, and that mid is gonna be scooped. But you're gonna want to find a good midpoint or between 400 and 800 hertz for your bass that you're gonna boost, so it brings back some of that midpoint energy. Overall, we want a scooped mids, but in that one frequency pocket that your bass really has a lot of energy, you're gonna have to sweep and find it, so most likely you're gonna have to really dome it up and like find that spot. Once you find it, you sort of add like 3, 4, 5 dB, depending on how your mix goes, and then you bring back some of that mid energy. Not too much, but just a nice wide bell that you just bring back some of that mid energy. But overall, your bass should be pretty much slammed into a compressor, into a limiter, rather, not a compressor, important distinction. Slammed into a limiter, EQ'd much less MIDI, and probably pre-compressed considering how much finger work is going on. So you're gonna probably want to pre-compress it just to not remove the transients, but remove the tail a little bit, to like let the transients through, but then to tame the what's the word? The descent? No, the decay a little bit more. And then you're gonna enter that into a limiter. It'll have so much more pump, and it's gonna sound a lot better. The other thing I think I wanted to say here. Okay, a common guitarist mixing mistake as well is to spread our guitars left and right. That's what we want. We want wide guitars. We want them to be huge. That's big. That's good. That's good. But that's not the only thing we want. We need guitar also in the center. So usually what I do personally is I triple track my guitars, not just double. So I double and then I retrack one more time. So I'll have 3 identically played solid takes of whatever section, and 2 will be for the left and right, and 1 will be for the middle. And the middle will be generally a little bit softer than the left and right, except for sections like this, Sections like this where there's nothing else going on, we boost that center. We tell our audience, we tell our listeners what the lead element we are supposed to be focusing on is, which is the way we do that is by bringing it up in the center. Interesting point that I talked about a few songs ago. A lot of people don't know that putting something in the center really just brings out that element as the center point of focus. If you're looking at it like, if you're on a stage, if you're literally on a fucking stage and you have the drummers back here as usual, the bassist, no one cares about the bassist, tuck him in the corner with the shadows because the light doesn't reach there and you have only a limited amount of space on the stage and who cares about bass? Then you have this spotlight in the center of the stage. That's your left and right center in your mixing. So that you want to bring that guitar back and then you bring it backwards so it takes the spotlight away from it and then you introduce whatever other lead elements you want to into this equation basically. But yeah, so we need a little more guitar in the center, and I would look at your tone as well. It might be occupying too many frequencies, like it might be going too low and too high, digitally speaking, not digitally speaking, frequentially speaking. When I play guitar, usually I like to focus on, well, yours is drop D, I think. No, it's actually, that's C sharp, I think, right? Right, so that guitar in general, that pocket, that is essentially the frequencies we need to fill for guitars. So we need those frequencies to be absolutely emphasized. Okie dokie. Don't likey that. Yo, bro. No promotion. Nuh-uh. We ain't having none of that. How do I ban him? Oh, yeah. There it is. Ban. Anyone watches What We Do in the Shadows? Ban. So yeah, essentially the most important thing that is those frequencies, that frequency pocket in the mids. So when we're leaking into the bass and the treble with the guitars, we're just leaving less space for the kick, for the snare, for the bass, for the cymbals even. So we really want to hone in, really make that shape of your guitar stand out between, like, let's say, I don't know, 200 hertz and 6,000 hertz. That's really where you should be, like, shaping your guitar, because that's really where we need it. The rest of the frequencies, we don't need that much. You could even take that up to 300, honestly, arguably, but we really want the bass to be supporting the low end of a guitar, not the guitar itself, essentially. So that's it. I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Let's hear this break section one more time. Yeah, this is where I recognized that the bass was a little too pristine and each sample sounded just a little bit too much like the previous one. So I was like, that's a fake bass. That's a face. That is a face. The last comment I would have here, Logan, and then we're going to move on to the next guy, girl, person, individual, entity, non-conformist individual, whatever. Your drums could use a little more humanization. You need to kind of like vary the velocities just a little bit less robotically. I know that it's easy to copy paste patterns so that you can have something to like just play over. If you're a guitarist, that's the most eager thing you would want. You just copy the pattern, but then you have to go back and listen to those drums and you have to really either automate the volumes, which is complicated, or much more simply change the velocities of each note and think like a drummer does. Like if a drummer is gonna play, hold on a second, I got something for this. If a drummer is gonna play something like, you're thinking like, what is the first note that they're going to emphasize, the hit of the hi-hat. So you're playing like. So you're thinking like, okay, well, the first hit is going to be hard. Then the second one is going to be softer. Da 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 da. Like think of the sound of each hit and what it would sound like when you play it, or when a drummer would play it, and that will guide you far more than you could possibly hope to be guided by just trying to guess it and by just trying to feel it out, just by trying to like vary it. The other option, and a lot of programs have this, is the humanize button. Logic, I know I use Logic Pro. They have a humanize button. It's a lot easier to select just a whole section of regions and let the computer do it. But either way, we need a little bit more of that into our drums. But that's the last thing I gotta say, honestly. Even those riffs are heavy, they're complex, they're brutal. With the right EQing, I think that they could sort of come out and complement each other, I think. If that doesn't work, if you come back here and with all of those tips applied, and I'm still hearing some cloudiness, then we might have to talk about the songwriting itself, like the notes in which order they're placed and stuff, just because they might just be stepping on one another. And that happens. We just have to like rethink the order of notes. But until then, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, for allowing us to talk about it, comment on it, provide feedback on it. Hopefully you're receptive to some of this. Thank you, Logan the Music Guy, for trusting us with your track. Very kind of you to be here. We're going to be moving on down the line here, folks. Thank you. We are we have a couple of people here in the line now, and we got Naughty Ghost with the song, with the music song. All right. Naughty Ghost, damn ads. Well, that's okay. Go back and check out the VOD. The only time I won't, I'll wait for ads to be finished is, let's say, Naughty Ghost, I'm doing your song, and you get ads while I'm explaining something. Then I'll start playing the ad song for my subscribers. But yeah, that's the thing I do. So rest assured, if you are getting ads during your review, you let me know in the chat, and I will wait for them to be over to continue your review, because what's the lamest thing you can imagine? Of like, I go here, I want to get some good feedback, and then you get fucking ads for Tide detergent. Wow. Thanks, music stream guy. All right, so here we go. We got Kamikaze Ghost Flip, cool, by Naughty Ghost. That's some decent artwork too. Look at that. Is that an American plane? Who knows? Don't really know. We're gonna listen to this and we're gonna comment on it after. So here we go, Kamikaze Naughty Ghost, some dubstep magic. Let's go.
I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body quick, I'ma catch a body, yeah. I'ma catch a body, yeah. I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body, I'ma catch a body quick. I'ma catch a body quick, 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 catch a body quick, I'ma catch a body quick, I'ma catch a body quick. catch your body quick. It's a kamikaze bitch.
Naughty Ghost, I have a question for you. Are you gonna catch... Shut up. Are you gonna catch a body quick? Are you? Are you gonna catch a body quick? Is that what you're gonna... Is that... You're gonna catch a body quick? Sorry, I just want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure that you were gonna catch a body quick. I just had to clear... I'm sorry. That was a sample that I found could have been used a little bit more tastefully, I guess would be my first note. I heard it a lot, maybe use different samples, maybe use things that like changing the things that they're saying. Thank you, Gravedigger, for the OG song. Cool, I suppose. I just think, yeah, it was a lot. The sound design was pretty good, honestly, I gotta say. It was like pretty heavy, pretty good stuff. I got a question, not a question so much as a comment, I suppose. I feel like your intro didn't have to be that long. Your build, rather, your actual like straight up build.
I'ma catch your body.
Considering what is offered to me in the intro for the first 50 seconds of this song being essentially I'ma catch a body quick and a really heavy bass and that synth that we're going to hear in the drop anyways, considering that, I would have gotten to the point in about half of the time. So my second comment, I suppose, would be reduce the intro by half. Find a way to like build that quicker, because overall we don't need that story so well told to us. You might leave a little bit more to the imagination or to the later sections. I mainly base my tracks on how I live mix, but I get that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, this is the thing is I see a lot of DJs that are like producing for live, which is understandable. That's totally cool. I'm just thinking like, if someone were to like listen to this on Spotify or iTunes, how fast would it take me to press next song? And in this particular case, probably around the 30 or 40 second mark when I'm hearing the same themes over and over and it's not getting anywhere, even though the sound design is so hype, I'm not like being told a story that is advancing fast enough for me. But from the live perspective, this totally makes sense, because that is a drop in the bucket of your live set. So that's totally cool. Problem number, I would say 2.5, because that's either way, the thing I just said is either a problem or a solution depending on how you look at it. Problem number 2, definitely. Problem number 3, maybe. Your snare is kind of falling backwards a little bit in this. The master is smushing your snare backwards every now and then. It's especially evident on one of the first hits.
I'ma catch your body quick.
Right there. That's your first snare goes where instead it should have been going like fucking shotgun in my face. Like blister me with snare. You know what I mean? And instead it goes So yeah, we need that regulated a little bit more, and I think that's coming down to your master track, because there's so many elements going on at the same time, like a poof of a fart. It's not so much it's more of like a yeah, exactly. It needs to be a blazing fire. It needs to be a shotgun. It basically needs to be a shotgun. It's fucking dubstep. If there's a time for a shotgun snare, it's fucking dubstep. The other thing I will say is that even when we get into your drop here, everything is very structured. Everything, like there is your sub, your kick, your snare in the middle. You have that buzzy snare synth that comes in the middle every now and then we have those, like I call them panic string synths that are in the left and right. And everything is very, this is where this synth is going to be. This is where this synth is going to stay. That synth is going to stay in the left, right. The hi-hats are going to be in the sort of like mid region. Everything is placed very neatly. And that's good. You have a clean positioning for everything. Now fuck with it a little bit. Switch it up. This is a recurring comment that I've had today. A lot of people are like, okay, I'm gonna find a good frequency spectrum that works, and I'm gonna get a good stereo image that works, that all fits together, and then you got to do the second step, which is to change it every now and then. Maybe not drastically. Maybe you just take that panic string synth from the left and right, you put it in the center for a minute, and you take that buzzy synth and you put it in the left and right for a minute. But you switch those two, all of a sudden we have these synths that are almost trading with each other and that are like giving this push and pull feel. And suddenly we have a much more rich and complex story being told to us through the stereo image. And I think that this is very underrated as a trick goes in terms of like music production. We need to fuck with the stereo image just a little bit more. We need to really have elements that stand out in their left and right, and then change it up, especially for music like this, where it should be making us uncomfortable. It is a discomfort genre. Let's make me fully uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Let's do it. If I'm Noah, thank you very much for the follow and for joining the queue. Appreciate that. The last thing that I will say, do I know the funk genre, Alessio? Yes, I do know the funk genre. I've listened to a few songs of funk. I'm not particularly clear on where the boundaries are for that genre, but it doesn't matter. Either way, I enjoy it when I hear it. The last note that I have is, I believe, for the end here. No, it's for this last drop section here into the end here. I gotta say, the OTT is strong with this one. So what I'm thinking is that your OTT is compressing a little bit too much in the high end of things, and that's making us lose a little bit of high end energy specifically for this like last section. I would ease off of the high end of your multi-band compressor on your master channel, because that will allow us to, again, evolve the sound a little bit. It's quite overcompressed. Well, in general, yes, it's overcompressed, and that's like sort of a similar comment on the snare itself, which kind of gets squashed and becomes a puff of smoke. That is kind of the same phenomenon that's happening here, except I think that you need to retune your OTT. If you want to use OTT as your multiband Naughty Ghost, that's fine. There are plugins that offer you far more flexibility and are far more intuitive and far more effective for a master strip, such as the TDR Nova, which is a 4-band dynamic EQ and is free as well. That will give you a far more versatile mastering tool to use than OTT, because it allows you to really tune all the frequencies you need, not just 3, bass, mid, and treble. But if you insist, that's okay. It's just going to take a little bit more work, and you got to do a little more fine tuning. And this, in this particular case, is compressing a little bit too much on that bass and that treble side of things. It's slamming things down a little too fast, and it's not letting it breathe enough. So we need a little bit more motion with that. We need a little bit more storytelling with the compression as well. So yeah, you're gonna have to work on that. But that's pretty much all I gotta say. The rest is cool. The sound design's awesome. The tension that we're bringing to the table is palpable. And yeah, it makes me think like everything's on fire, just like your artwork. So like honestly, well done on the sound design and the music production level. Now we just gotta level up our mix a little bit, quite a bit. Not even that quite a bit, like pretty much, just like some, just level up here, just become an expert, just be amazing at what you're doing, I guess is what I'm pulling for. I'm like inspiring, I'm like trying to, get out there. So either way, thank you. Just some skills with the gift. I'm taking the first spot. And that started a hype train. Holy shit. Well, there you go. Well, that's pretty fucking cool. That's always fun. Oh, that's cool. You gifted it to some people on the chat, and you subscribed. Just some skills. One of our, if not the top supporter of the stream at this point. You have joined the queue the most times. You have gifted the most subscriptions. So I thank you very much for all of that support, my dude. You have single-handedly started a hype train. So you are a mensch, my dude. So thank you very much. That is awesome. Either way, we were at the end of the next review. So thank you very much, Naughty Ghosts, for allowing us to talk about your track, for allowing us to listen to it, to provide feedback on it, and hopefully you're receptive to some of these notes. They can do your track wonders. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Thank you very much, my dude. So, some things here, folks. There's a few people who are new here and some new subscribers as well. So when you become a subscriber on this channel, first of all, the time that I play your song, for which I play your song, I suppose, gets extended. So for a tier 1 subscriber, I listen to up to 3 minutes of a song. For tier 2, up to 4. For tier 3, we go up to 5 minutes. And especially for gifters in this community, the top gifters will automatically be able to skip the line for as long as they hold the position of top gifter. And so if y'all want to continue this hype train, you got 3 minutes, so we got some time. But if y'all want to continue this hype train and become the top gifter, you get to do this. You get to skip the line if you are a top gifter, just like Just Some Skills did. He came in here, he dropped some love, and then he became, like you say, Far Horizon, top dog, absolutely. Also, Nikki Calone, yeah, Goblins better fucking roll good initiative because I'm coming for them. I'm coming for them. They can all go to hell. And they will, the 9 hells. Yes, I like D&D, how did you tell? All right, here we go. We've got not only some progress to go here, we got to listen to Just Some Skills. Mine's 351 and I'm not a tier 2. Oop, yeah, but you donated 5 subs in one sitting, so we're gonna be kind to you. We're gonna stop at a strategic moment that goes possibly over 3 minutes. Who knows? Who knows when we'll stop this song? When I feel like this song has reached the moment where it should be stopped, we will stop it. But top gifters get top privileges. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's where we going. Alessio becoming a new subscriber. Far Horizon, we got humbled. Indeed we did, and Just Some Skills, a common one to humble us, honestly. Skip the beginning if needed. All right, we'll stream through it. Here we go. We got it pulled up either way. We got Just the Singer, aka Just Some Skills, aka my buddy, aka a dude I've worked with as well on another song. Batteries, a work in progress by Just the Singer. Here we go.
Mom stopped by on her way. She saw the smoke detectors dying light. You better change those batteries in case of fire. I said that we'll be fine. We won't burn down tonight. But that night we lit a candlelight. The table caught fire when we closed our eyes, and that fire burned bright. The smell of smoke made us arise. Oh, and we put out that fire. It came close, but we survived. Didn't get us that night. We won't go down this time. A few months passed on by. Mom was checking in, I said it's all fine. She asked me if I changed those damn batteries. You better
better soon so you don't end in a tragedy. I say you worry too much. Nothing's gonna happen to us. But that night a fight led to loneliness. Stormed off to our rooms into separate beds. Both drunk, passed out, having tough regrets. And who guessed the things that would happen next? The candle still lit, started to spit around. An ember flew out, and then it hit the ground.
Okay. I get it, the fade out. I get it. That's the part that I don't really need to hear. Okay, so you have... Okay. This is good. You have this very nice shape. This very, like, long and flowy shape. All right? And it is drawn out over this period of what I consider now like 3 minutes and a half, let's say. Just because that 3 minutes and a half is when the descent starts. Something like that. Let's say 340 for argument's sake. So what I think here, we have drawn it out and we have allowed it to breathe lengthwise, but we have not filled some of the holes throughout. So my comment, there's comments that I'm going to say that are going to like be recurring because I feel like there are some things that like we need to fill some space. So unfortunately that is the only thing that I really think is missing from your track. Other than that, it's just a couple of tweaks, but we're going to go through it and we're going to see. Ifando, that's a shame. Sorry to hear that. We're going to, if you want to press command leave, so exclamation mark leave, you could leave the queue yourself. If anybody else needs to go, you can always do that. Unfortunately, I understand time is time, and if you gotta go, you gotta go. It helps us know if you have time or not. No hard feelings. Just see you next time. Okay, so first things first here, Josh, Jost, the singer. I gotta say your voice.
Saw the smoke detect.
We're gonna need a little more bass mixed in. Not that much, around the 200 hertz range, I'm probably gonna say. 200, 250, depends on how you mix the rest, I guess. But we're gonna need a little bit more of that, like that, like deep chesty voice to really bring out this emotional moment of you and the piano alone together. I can't say anything against having a piano and voice sort of not competing, but trading a little bit. I don't have any problem with that. What I have a problem with is that those two things need to sound and feel pristine, because otherwise it feels like something's lacking in that section, which I think that if you were to mix up your voice a little bit, you're gonna find a much sweeter result. Second, this is where I wrote maybe some empty space, fillage that needs to happen, specifically for like,
we won't burn down tonight, but that night,
those little moments where you could like, I know I go with guitar, but like that's just what I play. So that's sort of the thing that I'm gonna like use as an example.
Better change those batteries in case of fire. I said that we'll be fine. We won't burn down tonight, but that night we lit a candlelight. The table caught fire when we closed our eyes, and that fire burned bright.
And same thing for these sections, like you could have lead.
We won't go down this time.
I went a little jazzy on that last note, so ignore that part. But those kind of like little ideas and little fills and little things, little audio trinkets, as I like to call them, can fill in a little bit of that emptiness and just allow the story to continue and progress on a forward motion. For your drop, it's important that you raise your volume. So this here.
Closed eyes and that fire burn bright.
Double your voice. First of all, double track your high voice. Re-record that a second time so that you can double it and like support yourself. So that'll help you a little bit. But yeah, we need louder vocals. We need louder vocals for that part. I said already a little more motion in the 2 minutes. And I need more instruments in the 2:30.
Too much. Nothing's
As of here, I should be hearing elements that are being added on to, like, again, build up a story. Kono Official, thank you very much. Or Con Official, maybe. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Also, thank you to all whom subscribed and followed during the initial listen. We appreciate y'all, every single one of y'all. Magic Ninja Beats also with the join and with the cheering the 3 bits. Appreciate that very much. Con Official, if you command join, you could join the queue, and then when it's your turn, you'll be able to send your song in via the chat, but not yet. Don't do it yet, because it's going to be lost in the chat either way by the time we get to you, because we got a whole line of people now. You are 9th on the queue. So here we go. No, actually, here we go. That was the last note I think I had there, Josh. We have nothing really more to do except to like add something in this section of the song, something instrumentally speaking, and your volume is better, vocally speaking here. It's better than it was before. It's like it's already well placed here, so that's very little more to be done for this section. It is a nice swell right at the end. It is a nice big section. So I don't really have much to say about that. It's a good track, man. I feel like you produced this too. I don't think you bought this track offline, unless I could be wrong about that. But it sounds like something that you would put together in your mind. Tell me if I'm wrong, Josh. Tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you. Sounds like your production. I don't know. It's something about it. Something about it just sounds like you. You either that or you bought a very well suited track off of someone. Because honestly, it sounds pretty nice.
that night we lit a candlelight.
If you want, you could play a little bit more. Well, then you bought a good track, dude. Honestly, truly, it suits you well. It suits your voice well. Any other mixing stuff like reverb or anything? So yeah, you could play a little bit more with the reverb. Let's say in the chorus and in the verse, you can have a little bit more. You can play a little bit more with delay on keywords. So like, if you wanted to like fill some of those spaces, you could do throw-ons, what they're called, throw-ons and throw-offs. So you could like
Change those batteries in case of fire. I said that we'll be fine.
fire, fire, fire. You know, like just repeat those words, those keywords at the end of phrases. It will help fill in some of those holes. So those little effects, I would throw on a couple of them throughout. Just sprinkle them in. And then when you get into this this section, maybe some more reverb. Although there's a decent amount of reverb in the chorus, but I might add more. I might add more, honestly. Maybe add more. It might be worth it. But that's it, dude. Honestly, good track. You're putting it together. You're hearing the track. You're experimenting with the vocals and the lyrics well. I think you're like following the flow of the track much more, so that every section feels more like itself. And then when the chorus finally hits, it's like boom, big wide notes. I like the way you've done this, honestly. So well done, honestly. This is truly well done. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it, for allowing us to talk about it, provide feedback on it, comment on it. I know you're always more than receptive. You like listen to these notes and you like try that shit right away, and then you're like, okay, well, and then you text me later and go like, hey, what's going on? How does it sound now? That's great. But much love to you, Josh, and much love to you for supporting the stream as you always do. I know it's been a while, but here we are, you know, we are back. Thank you, Josh and Just Some Skills, Just the Singer, for trusting us with your track. We're moving on down the line. Happy to have you. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here, Far Horizon. It is actually your turn as you say that. So here we go. We're gonna pull up your track. Hey, I saw in the end finally hit 40K. For y'all, I got something to show y'all. Because little do you know that we, Just the Singer and I, worked on a track together. I was mixing for them this track.
You are my heart.
Yeah, should we show them the chorus? Should we show them the chorus? How it goes? Let's show them the chorus.
Came up, that's when you left. You
Another man
left on my doorstep.
sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window. So alone, only remember your silhouette, but you left a piece of what we could be.
By Just the Singer and Spencer Brennan, I think, out on Spotify right now. Y'all need to go check that song out now because that shit's fire. And Josh on vocals, Spencer on the rest, and it sounds good, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. Happy about it. Whoever recorded that bass line was really good. Might have been me. May have been me. But we threw the bassist out earlier. Yes. That is out on all platforms, y'all, and just hit 40K. So go give it some love and let it hit 50K. How shall we? Shall we all together? All right, folks. Far Horizon. Great name, by the way. The name of the song. And because you're a subscriber, we're going to listen to every minute of this fucking song. That's how it works. So thank you very much for subscribing as well. Far Horizon, thank you for being not our latest subscriber. That's Moody Bin. That goes to Moody Bins. Thank you to Moody Bins as well for your subscription. We see you. We see you. And let's listen to Thanks again, Josh. We'll see you soon, man. Okay, very, very creative sound design, very spacey and echoey and like very ambient, and yet with a lot of punch and a lot of pull and pushing. So it's a nice balance between those two. What I guess I mean to say is I like the aesthetic that you've designed. I like this sort of soundscape you've put in front of us. There is motion as well within the song that like takes us down, then takes us back up. All that, that's great. The shaping of the motion of your song, the parts where it's full and where it's not, all of that I'm liking a lot. Let's start by addressing what you just said. You need to do some gain staging and stuff like that. So yes, agreed. Specifically from intro to drop, whoo, girl, that shit has contrast. Like I think we're ringing in. Hold on, let me check my meters again. Yeah, we were hovering around -20 and peaking around -10, -5, depending. And then we go straight to the -10 hover and fucking 0 peaks, which is good. You know, that's the way a drop is supposed to be. But I would say that probably your best move is going to be to bring the intro up gradually over time. So starting at this soft level, that's cool. But like layer by layer introducing in this intro section, layer by layer introducing things that are one element after the other louder than the other will help us feel a little bit more. It actually will contribute to the same aesthetic of the song, which is very pushy and pulley. So if you do that properly in your intro and you like add your elements on strategically, you're gonna have a lot of success with that intro, and it's going to not feel so drastic of a jump between. Yeah. You haven't done that yet, was a little too excited, and you should be goddamn excited when you produce stuff of this aesthetic. You should be excited, absolutely. Obviously getting your ideas out on tape or digital, out on DAW, it sounds so much worse than tape, out on DAW is the most important thing, and then you shape whatever you have after that. But that's my first note either way. I like the break that we got from 4 to the floor, because pretty much the entire song. It's not 4 to the floor, it's 1 and 3 to the floor, then it's 4 to the floor. So personally, what I would have done in a way is I would have introduced this 4 to the floor section here. I would have introduced it somewhere in this drop, because we don't really need to linger that hard on that, on this section, on the sort of 1 and 3. It doesn't really do us that much good to stay on that beat. So getting the 4 to the floor section here, and then getting this section to do like a sort of, is this activated right now? Of course it ain't. Here we go. Like this section here, I would have been like, more like the end section, but a little bit less weird, so like a... something a little more funky, maybe, because the last section, I will say, there are some complex things going on beat-wise in the last section, and we don't really have a transition between. It's fine to be an oddball, dude. It's fine. That's okay. It's great to be weird. That's great. But we need to get the mood needs to kind of get there. Otherwise it feels forced. And this is what I'm sort of getting at here. This section, as weird as it is, that's okay, that's fine, but compared to how straightforward the beats are in these sections, the contrast is too jarring. So what I would have said is that in halfway through this first drop, you introduce your 4 to the floor fully, and then you go with something a little bit less typical, a little more weird, if anything, actually, a little bit more funky beat here, and then by the time we get to this drop, we're ready for sort of like an offbeat kind of play. So I think that that's the vibe I'm going for. Right now, it sort of stagnates at 4 to the floor feeling, 1 and 3 or 4 to the floor feeling, and then suddenly it jumps up to a weird realm. you could do it. It's not that it's a crime or anything. It's just that I feel like your own song is kind of being held back throughout, and then suddenly it evolves. It's like, I want your song to evolve more like a flower, which is gradually and eventually, and by the time it's fully flourished, everyone's like, wow. But it's like basically waiting for a flower to bloom. It's like those, you know what I'm trying to describe right now? It's like those flowers that only bloom on a full moon, and then they stay shut the rest of the time. It's like when the full moon strikes, they open up, and then it's like, oh, cool, what a pretty flower. And then every other time they wither and they sort of close up. That's what this song feels like. What I want is for your song to like gradually unfurl and end up into that beautiful blooming flower, and then stay that way, and then like demonstrate itself. I don't necessarily want it to just be a temporary fix. I want it to be an evolution throughout. Weirdness works. Get there the most organic way. Organic plants, flowers. So yeah, compost. That is pretty much all I have to say about your track. Actually, one more thing. These sections here, these weirdness. Watch out with those weird offbeat ghost notes, because in a section like this where the beat itself is already very Red Hot Chili Peppers, Chad Smith style beat, when that happens and you're adding some, on top of that, some ghost notes that are kind of off the grid, it definitely destabilizes us a lot. So just be careful and make sure to dose those accordingly. I think you will do yourself a favor if you maybe take a few of those ghost notes out and only introduce them strategically. That would be my last, I think, piece of advice for your song. Because other than that, the aesthetic is great. The feeling is good. It makes me want to play Sonic for some reason. It just makes me want to play Spyro the Dragon and Sonic and those kind of games, which is a good thing. That is a great thing. That is, for me, like a good thing, that when music does that to me, I'm like, oh, good. It makes me feel things. So that's great. But either way, Far Horizon, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, for allowing us to comment on it, provide feedback on it. Hopefully you're receptive to this feedback, as I think it could improve your song. And in that case, thank you for trusting us with your track. Right? So thank you very much, Far Horizon. We're going to be moving on down the list here, folks. That's not how you do that command, Michael. We're going to be moving down to our latest subscriber, one after the other. Our first subscriber, Far Horizon, and then our next subscriber, Moody Bins. It's getting hot in this bitch because all y'all are subscribing so much. You're getting me all worked up here. That and the hair. It's honestly really warm. The hair is like brutal. But here we go. We got a link from Moody Bins. We gonna go. Hey, what's the queue looking like, folks? Let's take a look at this queue, shall we? All right, so first, obviously, we're doing Moody Bins right now. Next up is Harry Muffin Man. Get ready, you are on deck, Harry Muffin Man. Up next, after that, we got Alessio8092, one of our next giftages. Efando, if I'm not mistaken, has self-declared that they do no longer want to be in the queue. So I believe that will remove that from them from the queue. Magic Ninja Beats, we've got our longtime viewer. We appreciate your presence here. Danny D Beats. We got Danny D Beats, I believe, also tried to leave the queue, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna come to them later. But if they come back, we'll see. Because I saw the command quit, and that's not a thing. So, anyways. Just SoundCloud links, yes, Harry Muffin Man, just SoundCloud links because reasons. 7th and finally on the list is Con Official. Hope you're still with us, my dude. Thank you very much to all who are having the patience and waiting with us as we are working through the day. We're just listening to your songs and we're giving you our feedback. If you want to skip the queue, you always have the option to donate 500 bits or to cheer 500 bits, I think is what it's called, or donate $500, sure. Donate $5 as well. Gets you a free skip for the line if you just don't have the time to wait. I get it. Totally get it. But before we skip anybody or do anything, we got Bear Aware by Moody Bins, which is amazing as a title. And awesome artwork as well. I just want to know what is going on with everything of this. But let's listen to 3 minutes of this. Absolutely. Let's do it. 3 minutes, so we're gonna stop there. It's just over 3 minutes, but still, narratively speaking, it's a good place to stop, right? You know, a couple of seconds after, who gives a fuck, right? It's my stream. I'm gonna do it's my stream, and I will do what I want to. Enough of that. Let's talk about this, dude. There's a couple of things that we got to improve about this song, Moody Bins. First of all, Moody Bins, great name and great artwork, gotta say. It's a bit on fire, a Moody Bin, if you will. I can't help but concur. I can indeed cur. I cur. I do cur. Okay. I started by writing the intro was a bit sterile. And then I kept writing until, like, cause I was gonna like let that, I was gonna like check a time code kind of thing and think of like, okay, when does it become full? And I never really wrote the end of that note because I felt like throughout, and then I corrected myself later, I felt like throughout the song is very one element at a time. And I mean, we have our percussive elements and we have our percussive elements and we have our whistles and our stuff like that is like allowing for multiple things to happen at the same time, for sure, to be certain. But the synths and stuff, very this is what's happening, and then da ba 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 ba, and it's very here, next, and I feel like there's no intermingling between any of these elements, and the only intermingling that happens is how fast sometimes you cut between them. It's very spastic editing style, like cinematography kind of, like it's very visual song making, and what I need is a little bit more complexity and depth, and I need for that to mean what that means is I need basically for the elements themselves to talk to each other and for them to happen a little more simultaneously. So maybe you have some of your synths that are playing while you have lead elements playing, and you can still intercut between them and create this like very choppy story, but we need more than just 2 or 3 like layers that are just like drums, bass, and one synth at a time. We need things that can play together. And that's, I think, missing from this song, and it's an important thing. The other thing that I will say is that the mix itself is a little tame. It's a little bit like restrained. I feel like it should, considering the energy that the instruments themselves that are here are bringing to the table, I feel like the mix should be a little bit more energized, a little bit more energetic, a little bit more distorted, if I'm not mistaken, a little more compressed. Things should be smashing into compressors a little more, with a little bit more sonic distortion or some harmonic distortion even. Like, there should be a little more aggressivity in your mix. It should feel a little bit more like rah, and less of like meow, you know? So I'm like, I need more of that juice. And there's more than one way to skin a cat, speaking of meow, but an easy way is going to be to like slam a couple more things into a compressor and add a little bit more distortion on many elements. The build back, I think it's this section here. Very long for what it offers as a storytelling element. Like, I understand having a build, I understand having a break. Breaks are great ideas, but this could be half the length and accomplish twice the objective, which is to give us a breather from one section and to give us a tension build to the next section. You can accomplish this in half the length. Chopping out these elements that are repeating themselves over and over and just like compressing all of them to happen faster is gonna do your whole song really a lot of good. So reduce that, because that doesn't need to be that long. The sub is lacking throughout. I think this goes with more the aggressive mix kind of comment, but specifically the sub, the actual low notes, the only one I really noticed and felt. So close. I thought it was an A, but it's an A sharp. The A sharp is one of the only notes that are in this production that really stands out sub-wise. And I mean, I have speakers that go down to, I think, 50, so I should be feeling a lot more sub throughout than just one note. So something to definitely watch out for, Moody Bins. You can definitely address that by adding octaves below and above your sub and either distorting one or both. Adding some clip distortion or something like that really just muddies up the sound a little bit and creates a lot more of a full spectrum. You're making more harmonic distortion, and it's essentially like filling the space that your sub should be occupying, which it unfortunately isn't right now. The last thing I'll say is the mix is very quiet throughout. Again, this touches into the aggressivity, but it's more of a comment of loudness wars being so prominent these days that you can't help but, like, if you're not hitting 0 dB, you're doing something wrong. I understand the LUFS. If you're scratching -5 LUFS, or if you're scratching -6 or 7, it's very loud. But this is like -20. This is a little too low. See, on my meter, you're peaking at -5 and you're hovering around -10. And for me, that's a problem. You're low. Your volume is low, essentially. We need to turn the whole damn thing up. And that goes, again, towards mixing and mastering aggressively will also help achieve that goal. So I think it's going to be a double-edged sword there that's going to achieve two things at once. Not a double-edged sword, but more of a two birds stoned at once vibe. So yeah, get two birds stoned at once. And I think that will do your track a world of good. Either way, I think that's pretty much all I had to say about the song here. Moody Bins, thank you for allowing us to listen to it on the stream. Thank you for allowing us to comment on it, provide feedback on it. Hopefully you are receptive to some of this. I do believe that this will provide you with I'm not going to say like a framework for how to improve the song, but definitely allows you to think in a perspective of like what's missing from this track and what needs to be there that isn't. And then you could fill that in any creative way that you see fit, then bring it back here and we can compare. And we can see what improved, what is worse, what is better. We can talk about it again. It's no limit in terms of number of times you can come back to the stream, but there is a one track per day limit. So just, fix your track and come back next week and we'll have more to say about it. Either way, thank you for allowing us to talk about it and comment on it, provide feedback on it. Thank you for trusting us with your track, Moody Bins. We're moving on down the line to Hairy Muffin Man. It's a hairy muffin man. It sounds like a very, very dirty country song. But thank you very much, Moody Bins, once again. Looking forward to hearing some of the changes you make in the song. Mate, for when you want to drink coffee, but you've already had 6. All right. Ooh, that's some weird-ass artwork. Check this out, guys. And it's more of his face in the WTF. That's fucking funny. That's some weird-ass artwork, dude. I'll give it to you. It stands out. Joe Jass. That's funny. That's very, very funny. Well, here we go, Joe Jass. We're going to listen to pretty much your entire song. Pretty much the majority of it. It's almost 2 minutes. It's just more than 2 minutes. So here we go. WTF. What the fuck? By Joe Jass, otherwise known as Hairy Muffin Man. Let's go.
Like, man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing. Stay grinding till I see blood. Like, man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing. Been doubted, but never been crushed. Put the alarm on the socks cause I stand on it. Plans for it. Only up when a nigga damn soaring. Billy got the bling out, never really did clout. Probably why the muff man still up by his mom's house. Oh my gloves, to my own that boss. Even when the truck is sit like keep that stock. Then cargo drops, waiting just to clock out. Hit the bar and knock some shots out. Fuck. Finna go global, check my first LP. And the name of the band, nigga, that's on me. Keep it hassle free. All for RP, album 3 years past though. Free without any RD, man, I got big goals. So I set the bar steep. Everything hands on, so what's out of my reach? What's out of my reach? Nigga, check my speech. Check that like, shit. Man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing. Stay grinding till I see blood. Like, man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing, been doubted, but never been crushed. Man, it all comes down to your own resolve. If niggas gon' doubt, make them see it all. Make them see man, it all comes down to your own resolve. If niggas gon' doubt, make them see it all. Make them see it all. Eyes off the prison, give a fuck about the stocking, cause the future where my stock's looking back ain't an option. Make them see it all. Double L when you off for the topic, better be where the top is, pop up shop for the profit. Never been crushed. Make them see it all. Alright, cool. Make them see it.
Like, man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing. Stay grinding till I see blood.
Make them see it.
Like, man, what the fuck? Y'all niggas can't tell me nothing. Been doubted, but never been crushed.
Make them see it.
All right, worth listening to the entire thing because that gave me a real good idea. Okay, yeah, I do have some notes. First of all, very creative. I like this kind of hip hop that makes me that gives me a little bit of a switch up from the what's out there right now and what's really popular right now with the whole gangster rap vibes that are like a little too predominant. This weirdness and this weird sound design and rap hip hop mix is refreshing to me because it is novel and it feels a lot more of along the Tyler the Creator lines rather than the rest. I'm just gonna say the rest because Tyler's really creative. He is a creator, and it does make me feel along that and along the. I want to say that it makes me think somewhat of Childish Gambino as well, but that's more with the sound design than with the actual rapping. Either way, it's different enough for me to feel like, okay, something nice. But let's go into this here a little bit. First of all, let's talk about this here, Jojus, otherwise known as Harry Muffin Man. This shit's loud. Like, it's loud. I know the point at which my speakers, like my potentiometer for my speakers, I know the exact point at which everything is like a balanced, good loudness. I had to turn it down to listen to this one, and it was still like more than enough. It's not that that's a bad thing. We were just talking about the loudness wars just in the previous track on the opposite end of the scale, which is not loud enough. I just think that when it is this jarring and people have to like back away from the speaker kind of thing and like turn it down quickly, it could almost do the opposite thing, which is like make people, I don't want to say resent your track because that's a strong word, but I mean they kind of look at your track like, okay, be careful. You gotta listen. It's like kind of an ear rape warning. You gotta be really careful, you know? So it's something to consider. It was, I thought it was too quiet. That's funny, man. That's funny. No, I think honestly, it's not that it's too loud. I just wrote loud. Do what you will with it. The other thing I wrote is that the sub needs more low. Now, this isn't necessarily true, but I feel like there is a scooped frequency that I'm not hearing in my speakers. The reason that I stood up near the beginning of the track is because at the back of my room is where I feel the most sub, because obviously sub frequencies are just physically longer than other frequencies. So if you stand further away from your speakers, you're going to be able to perceive bass just more. Scientifically, that's how it works, which is what I do. I go to the back of my room and I listen there and I hear the sub and I feel it more. But if I'm sitting here in my sweet spot because I got a bass trap above me and I'm still not feeling the sub, there's something missing. I hear it and I don't feel it. So I should probably do both. It should probably do both, but it's been said. Okay. The other thing that I hear is that because there's lacking sub, it might just be contributing to this feeling, but I'm losing a bit of the foundational element. Like the ground is falling from beneath my feet a lot, and that is because the drum beat is so spastic and it cuts in and out. So there is a pattern to it. I can hear the way that it cuts in and out. It's patterned, but the fact that it cuts in and out so often, it means there's nothing really grounding us to the song, which is like constant destabilization, so that when the drums come in, it's like, oh, okay, I caught my breath. Okay, we're back. Oh, and it's gone. Oh, okay, we're flying. We're floating. Oh, okay, well now we're not floating anymore. And it's just a lot of back and forth, and I feel like songs like this, it's better when we establish a foundation and like make people feel safe for a little longer. Then we pull the rug out from under them and let them fly for a little longer instead of making them jostling them between flying and grounded. This is what I mean here, right here.
Truck and sit like keep that stock. And cargo drops, waiting just to clock out. Hit the bar and knock some shots out. Fuck. Finna go global, check my first LP. And the name of the band, nigga, that's on me. Keep it hassle free. All from RP, album 3 years past though. Free without any RD, man, I got big goals. So I set the bar steep. Everything hands on, so what's out of my reach? What's out of my reach? Nigga, check my speech. Check that shit. Like, man, what?
So like it cuts in and out so much that it's like I'm kind of distracted by the drums to a point where I'm like not listening to your lyrics anymore, which is why I think I said your track would benefit from having a little bit more of like a foundation and you strategically pull the rug out from under them, because it will allow us to focus on the thing that should be the most interesting, which is your voice. It's a very unique, individualistic voice, and it claims a lot of authority in this song just by its sound, just by its timbre. But because the drums are so spastic, it's that is pulling attention away from your voice, and I don't want that. I want your voice to be a little bit more in the spotlight. Right now the drummer is a little bit more in the spotlight, and who gives a fuck about the drummer? You know I'm a drummer, please give a fuck about the drummer. Okay, the last thing here I will say is that we talked a little bit about lacking sub in this track, but in specific as a musical choice to pull it out, similar to the drums, I feel like you've taken away sub for too long in this section here.
Eyes off the prison, give a fuck about the stocking, cause the future where my stock's looking back ain't an option.
I feel like this section could do with some, like, not sub necessarily. I don't want to say it needs sub frequencies, but I need to turn on my bass real quick. Okay, I thought it was D. If you put higher bass notes, it'll work a little bit. It won't give you that same low, but
See it all. Niggas gone down, make 'em see it all. Make 'em see it all. Eyes off the prison, give a fuck about the stocking, cause the future where my stock's looking back ain't an option. Make 'em see it all. Double L when you off for the topic, better be where the top is, pop up shop for the profit. Never be crushed. Make 'em see it all. Alright, cool. Make 'em see it.
Like, man, what the
you see what I mean? Like, you give a little bit of bass. You don't have to give that much. Like, the volume on my bass compared to your song was pretty drastically different. But it's just filling in that empty space just enough so that when we get the actual dose, the dose of bass in this last drop, it comes in and just like, bitch slap. And that's what we want. We are getting too much of a bitch slap. This is like, you know what this is like? This is like when you challenge yourself to eat hot foods, like hot spicy foods, and you go from mild chicken wings straight up to the bomb. You know, you're going to, there's too much contrast, you're gonna die! That's what it feels like here. Whereas what we want to do is we want to step up and we want to go to like a Sriracha first, or we want to go to like a Valentina Black's label first, and then our spicy taste buds are illuminated already. That's when we start stepping it up to the Carolina Reaper level, and that's what I want you to do. I want you to introduce in this little section here a little bit more hot sauce before we get into the scorching death ray that is the final bass, and that's I think, the last note that I have for your song either way. But other than that, it is a very creative texture. All of your sound design is pretty original. I like that. I like the fact that you have a very different timbre as a rapper. That's nice. That's refreshing even. And apart from that, yeah, you just need to make sure that your sub takes the space that it needs. Your drums need to be a little bit more foundational. And I think you'll have a track that's like built for success, I think. But either way there, Harry Muffin Man, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide feedback and comments on it. Hopefully some of these things you'll take home, because I think it'll make your song better. And until then, thank you for trusting us with your track. Appreciate that, my dude. We are going to be moving on down this line here, folks, because we still got a couple people in line. Next up on the docket, we got Alessio8092, one of the gifted subs from our top gifter of the day, Just Some Skills, top gifter so far of the month, although this is technically the first stream of the month. That's sad though, eh? I don't stream very often anymore. That's okay. When I do, I make it count. I get to see as many of y'all motherfuckers as I can, and we get to talk together, we get to shoot the shit, we get to talk about these songs. It's a drift funk song. All right, Alessio. That's cool. That's cool. I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Here we got it. Here we go again. Here she goes, here she goes, here she goes again. Nope, that's a different song. But let's listen to Beater, the artist known as Beater, and the song Here We Go Again, a drift funk song. So let's listen and let's tell you what I think, Alessio. That sounds Italian, by the way. Let's go.
Taking off the motherfucking set. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about it. Cool. Suppose some cool aesthetic. It does drift nicely between the tempos. I like that. It feels like some sort of shape is being taken just by the BPM, which is nice. That's a bit different from what we're used to hearing. That's cool. I feel like there are a few elements that could be. It's very sterile. I've said this about another song today. The second to the last song that we've listened to, actually. I felt like there should have been something more that came in at some point, and there never really was for a few moments. Like, let's start at the intro. That for me sounded okay. Nice. It's a nice jump. We're getting a couple of elements thrown at us right from the get-go. And it's speeding up gradually, which is also quite nice. It's good. That's a good progression so far. Then we get to this section. And I feel like your subs and your low mids are lacking some energy in this final build here. And I'm like, there should be something else here. Might even be the high mids, actually. The high mids themselves might be... I'm trying to find a better word than unoccupied. But it's true. It's like something is lacking from this section that is making me like... I need energy. I need something more. Then when the drop hits... Sort of the same. It kind of has this really tech house aesthetic, which is like kick, snare, hi-hat,
bass, and that one synth, that one sort of almost cowbelly, like percussive, like FM synth kind of thing. And it's just sounding like it's not enough for the song, for the story that you're telling. It's just sounding like very sterile. Not only that, is you have everything that's in the center, and then you have this one thing that's off to the right, which is your main synth. And you have your cymbals, which are nice. They're dancing from the center to the left and right, and that's cool. But then you have all of this space slightly left of center and all the way to the left and right in your mid frequencies that could be totally occupied, and I feel like they're just lacking. It's cool. It gets into something new. Again, the shape itself, the movement itself, that's good.
Take it off the motherfucking set.
And again, this build sounding like we are missing something to keep it interesting. I also am not a huge fan of personally just like throwing a high-passed vocal sample on in the center along with your kick, your snare, and your bass and calling it a day, and then letting your main melodic synth be off to the right or the left and just leaving them there. I'm not a huge fan of that. I would prefer probably, if anything, for your vocals to be left and right, that kind of dancey vocal, that should be panned a little bit more left and right, but like not all the way, just like somewhat here. You have this in the center, and then you reinforce that by spreading out left and right strategically. I think that is really going to give you a better feel in general, and I think it's going to provide you with a bit more motion than just like sticking things there and hoping that the cymbals, which are the only thing that are moving from center to left and right, or vice versa, hoping that that's enough motion for your song. Not a fan of that. And it leaves the center very empty in this entire section here. Especially here when we lose that vocal, we're losing an element, so your track is becoming more empty, and we replace it with a little more cymbals, okay? Better having the vocals in the left and right, I already hear it better, but then why didn't we take that synth and move it straight into the center? It could have found a lot more place in the center, especially in your last drop. If anything, starting it left and right and then bringing it to the center, that's fine. But again, that motion is not created. Everything is sort of just left where it will be, and then we have just this empty center to deal with. That needs something. It's just this hole in the center of your screen, and you want just something to peek out and go, hello, how do you do? And like, that's the thing. Like, we need that, but it's not there. So that I think is going to be my biggest piece of advice here, is like, let's find some stuff to fill up all this empty space, because I'm not provided with a lot of reason to keep listening if nothing gets more interesting. I've said this on many streams, predominantly. It's actually my most predominant note. I've said, I think, every time I've streamed at least once, if not multiple times, if a song is not growing in either energy, loudness, or interest in terms of like melodically or in terms of rhythmically, if the song is not growing over time, it is losing momentum. Even if it remains constant, if you take an element away and something else fills with it, but the energy remains constant, people are actually losing interest over time. So you always have to be constantly growing and making the song evolve over time, so that it, by the end of it, it becomes its final form. That's kind of the shape of a song that has success. And I encourage everyone to heed this advice, but Alessio, notwithstanding, of course, yourself, you might benefit from that advice as well. So thank you either way for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide feedback and comments on it. Hopefully you're receptive to some of this, because yeah, I feel like we're lacking a little bit of the interesting part of your song that I think you could really vocalize through instruments. So definitely look into that. But until then, thank you, Alessia, once more for trusting us with your track. Good to see you as always. We're going to be moving on down the line here, and we're going to have Magic Ninja Beats up next. Longtime viewer, long-time subscriber as well, usually. General tips. What's good? What is good, my dude? Good to see you. Always good to have you as part as well. A long-time viewer, General Tips. So good to have some regulars with us. Folks, there is just a slight hiccup in the house on the homestead. We are just going to need a moment to coordinate in this house, and I will put on some music and a little standby screen. We'll be right back in not even a minute, or maybe in a minute or two. Either way, we are going to we're going to be back. We're going to be right back.
There'll be no more time to gaze up at the night's crystalline sky. The powerful wings of the falcon will not be enough to fly. The air that we breathe will be stripped of its life and sold at a price. The day is at hand, and the powers that be will not think twice.
All right. So, sorry about that, folks. It was almost exactly a minute there. Just needed to get some shit in this house. We have a very small house, so a lot of the rooms are sharing gear, let's say. But that said, we do have Dead Man Walkin' by Magic Ninja. We do have it ready to go. Another rebuilt track. Where have I been, General Tips? I know I've been busy. I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. Had a lot of personal and professional affairs to get in order over the past few weeks, and we had to figure that out before we get back on stream, because I can't possibly give y'all good, unfettered good advice if my brain isn't fucking there. So I need to get that shit in order first. That is the key, after all. Magic Ninja Beats took out the lead. No one liked, added some guitars, changed the drums a bit. Okay, let's listen to this. I feel like I remember this song. I feel like the chorus goes like, "Why do I feel like a dead man walking round for the pig and the reapers calling me?" I think that's the song, if I remember this one correctly. So let's hear what we got from our subscriber Magic Ninja. Thanks as always for being part of the studio crew. Thank you very much.
Feel like a dead man walking right for the pig and the my skin starts crawling. Try to get away, but death keeps stalking me. I still hurry love, like my mind is hard. And you're taking I'm found wanting. Weight on my chest, must know what's best. Death learning to drown is half the test. Life is not all for naught. Rarely does that mastodon trample my dreams. Grip the eclipse, but don't at the seams. And why do I feel like a dead man walking right for the picking that reaper's calling me? Breathing deep as my skin starts crawling, trying to get away, but death keeps stalking me.
Okay. 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 No. One song at a time. One song at a time. Excuse me. Everybody, calm down. So PCHZU, hello bro, you speak Spanish. I want to send you my song featuring a rapper from USA. I'm from Uruguay. Pichuzu, no hablo mucho español, pero comprendo un poquito. Pero si quieres enviar una canción, command join. So exclamación join y espera el tu your turn. I don't know the word for a turn. Espera el tu momento que el chat se dice it's your turn now. That's what the chat will say it's your turn, and that's when you submit your link. But definitely command join if you could. Okay, Magic Ninja, let's talk about this. So first thing I gotta say, your mix, I'm hearing improvements because I'm hearing things that are like juicier. The kick and the snare are really popping. Your vocals are sounding crisp and not sounding so much more they're sounding much less brittle. So that's good. The other thing that I gotta say is that in general, your guitars are sounding a little bit better mixed on the EQ and compression side of things. Now, we will have to talk a little bit about the guitars themselves and the way that you write the guitar parts in general. As well as the way you place them in the left and right spectrum. Pichizu, do me a favor, put your song on SoundCloud. I don't do YouTube links, so we won't be listening if you have YouTube. It has to be on SoundCloud. And also, before you submit your link, wait your turn. Just before it comes in the, before you submit it in the chat, because you're gonna get lost in the stream. Okay, so first thing here, Magic Ninja Beats, the first actual constructive criticism I have for you is those guitars that are playing those like long droney notes, that kind of like those notes, that's fine when they're in the center of your mix. That's fine when there's no vocals. That's great. They're occupying some space. Like first in the beginning here specifically. And the thing is you also have the also have those chords, the 4-chord power chord progression. That's good. They're all sort of filling in that center. But what I would have preferred is if you had those spread to the left and the right so that you have this nice wide like spread, and then you have the occupying the center, but when there's no vocals. As soon as there's vocals, that lead guitar track needs to go. You need to leave the space for the vocals. So when it, like for instance here, so there's two problems here. First of all, your chords, they're in the center, they're occupying that space, and your vocals are fighting with those, number one. Number two, your lead, same problem. Now you have two guitars fighting against your vocals, and what's worse is that you're singing the same notes that you're playing. What do I feel? So you're double stepping on yourself basically with your guitars. So if you're going to have lead parts while you have a guitar and a vocal happening at the same time, make sure to vary the notes that you're playing so that it's a little higher. So for instance, with this particular thing, 1, 2. What you're doing is, why do I feel like a dead man walking? Why do I feel like a right? So that's kind of stepping on each other. But if you were to do like, why do I feel like a dead man walking? Why do I feel like a it's kind of, it's helping a little bit the issue. It is like your guitar is just in another frequency spectrum altogether, so it's not so much stepping on things. But it is recommended that you wait before introducing vocals and guitar at the same time. It is recommended that you wait a couple of choruses before doing that, because that should only be reserved for a big crescendo of your song. So at this beginning here, cut that lead guitar out and let your vocals shine. Take that power chord guitar, throw that to the left and right. Make even more space for your vocals, but still maintain the energy of those those guitars. You double track them and you spread them left and right, and it's gonna sound huge. Your song's gonna sound massive. That's what we want to hear. What else do we got here? Okay, we have an issue here with your vocal delay in some choruses. So already we have all of those guitars really like not interfering, but kind of stepping on your vocals. Then the delay itself is not only also in the center of all places to put it, it is basically too short and is kind of stepping on the vocals themselves. So what I'd say is be more strategic with your delay. Do a lot more throw on, throw off delay instead of just constantly on, because right now as it is, it's clouding up your vocals. It is muddying them up even more, and you're not exactly the most enunciative of singers, which is fine in and of itself. That's fine to be that way, but if you're gonna sing like this and pronounce a lot of your words, this problem gets a little bit less of a problem and becomes a little bit more artistic. But I would say take off a little bit more delay, because we have a lot of it to work with, and it's stepping on your own vocals, so it's taking away from the clarity of your vocals. If you take away those guitars in from the center, you may be able to leave a little bit more delay on, but it's kind of tacky to leave delay on the entire time. You want it to have an impact. You want it to have a reason to be there, not just to create an ambience. So you create ambience more using reverb than using delay, because when you create the ambience using delay, it just gets repetitive very fast. It is literally by nature a repeat. So if you repeat over and over, your song becomes by nature more repetitive quicker. So that's why reverb is a better tool to create the ambience, and then delay is a better tool to emphasize that ambience at strategic moments. It's generally how it works in the industry. The other thing is that obviously this might not be a problem if you properly mix your guitars and your delay and all of that stuff, but your vox need to come out a little bit more. Your vocals could stand out from your mix a little more. Like I said, you might fix that by addressing the previous problem, so you might just disregard this note altogether, but you might still consider turning it up a little bit. Maybe just during the choruses, maybe throughout. Who knows? Gauge it out. Use your ears, use your gut. But make some room first for the vocals in the center by clearing out those guitars, and then we will have a little more of a better idea, more of an unbiased idea to work with. The other thing, I can't tell if this is just opposing melodies with the guitars. It sounds like there are more guitars that are playing one on top of the other in the later parts of this song, and it sounds like they're opposing melodies. They're not harmonizing, they're not doing counterpoint, they're just kind of playing the notes that they will, each of them, and they're not really connecting on any level. It's creating this wall of sound that is, unfortunately, an unproductive wall of sound. It's a counterproductive wall of sound. It's more a wall of noise than anything else. So again, take out some shit. Take out some stuff. We don't need that much raw space to be filled. If you're going to put that many guitars into the mix, okay, harmonies, counterpoint. Those are going to be your best friends. And if you're not willing to do that work, to harmonize or to counterpoint your instruments, that's cool. It's complicated. It's hard to do. Take some shit out of your mix because there's too much crowding going on. What did you say here? Mostly I wanted it in the verses as I leave more spaces there. That's a great idea. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll emphasize things in the verses with delay a lot more. That's what I do in my mixes, actually. I emphasize things more often in the with delay in verses, and for the reverb and delay sort of ambience, I leave it on in the choruses, but it's more of a background effect rather than a forefront effect, one that we actually audibly can tell. Whereas the verses is where you can actually have not reverb, but delay that actually shines through and is like audible and discernible. So that's a great move, but selective. Be selective about it. I think those clean guitars have a lot of delay, if I recall correctly. Okay, so that is going to be another thing you're going to want to do. If you add delay to everything all the time, everywhere, all at once, it's just a mess of delays and repeats. And no, dude, not everything needs delay. Not everything needs. As a matter of fact, very few things need delay. Guitars, if you're going to put delay on them, they better be the elements that we're listening to. Again, if we're listening to a lead part and we're hearing like that delay is beautiful, but if the other guitars, the distorted guitars, you see how the delay doesn't really help us there. And if the clean guitars are doing the same thing, it's so much delay, all one on top of the other, and they're fighting each other. So again, be minimalistic with delay, because it gets tacky and fills your sound really fast. And it gets away from you faster than you can control it. You do it with multiple vocal channels or automation. I actually, interesting note, do it with multiple vocal channels. Funny enough, that's the way that I automate. So I'll have one vocal channel itself that is dedicated to delay. It's the fader for the vocal delay channel is at 0, but I have a pre-fader send set to send to my delay so that when that vocal plays in that track, it sends to the delay. And that's basically the way I automate delay. And I go even deeper than that. I have multiple delay sends with multiple different times so that I will have multiple vocal delay send channels, basically. They're not exactly aux tracks. They are real audio tracks that send to each of their own aux tracks. That's the way I go into it in detail. Like I could actually show you a little bit here. Real quick. You see here I have vocal delay 1/8, vocal delay 1/4, and actually I could zoom in on this a little bit and show you a little more here.
So yeah, so this my V delay 1/8 and V delay 1/4. Those are my buses. Those are my aux tracks. But I have a corresponding audio track here that both of them are set to 0 or minus infinity dB. But the send that is on that channel is sending pre-fader. So what's cool is that if I needed more or less delay, all I have to automate is this send, and then I could just throw on from whatever other channels that I have my Vox coming into. Normally, I just copy paste them to that send for that moment, and it'll just all be very, very clean. I don't have to automate delays within different channels. It's a lot more complex. A lot less complex, rather. Pardon me. And that's it, man. That's pretty much all that I had to say about your track. There's a couple of things. I hear every mix that you submit. I hear your mix is getting better and better. I'm happy to hear that, dude. I'm happy to hear that. It's good. You should be growing over time. So naturally, this is a good sign. Now what I'm doing is I'm like sort of nitpicking almost the things that still need improvement because we're there. As we say in French, on est rendu là. We are arrived here. We are at this point in time where I'm like telling you, look, we need to start nitpicking like which guitars we want to hear at which moment, because if we don't make choices, they're going to step on each other and they're going to emphasize each other less, which is counterproductive to what you're trying to do with your song. So that's why it's very important that we be very, very careful with that. Okay, just started working with pre-master groups. That's cool. That's a good start. That's a good place to start. Those things will allow you to coalesce. Groups are interesting because groups really allow you to sort of know what forces are working together and what should be on another channel altogether. Like what the groups really help you form teams, essentially. And multiple teams can work together towards the same objective, but they have different roles. And if you have, like, say, a guitar bus, you'll know that you can't really occupy that much space with that guitar bus with too many different elements, because otherwise it's just this wall of guitars. If you have a vocal bus, same answer. You have vocals and you have harmonies, you have guitars. Those are all sort of in the same sort of role of like lead elements, or like rather like filling elements. And then you have your rhythmic tracks like your drums and your bass, and you start to see these teams form within your mix, and you start to see what direction each instrument is pushing. Is the bass supporting the guitar or the drums? Are the drums supporting the vocals or the guitar? Are the guitars supporting the bass or the vocals? And you start to see who's helping whom in which way. And that starts to really give your mix a more visual, like audibly visual perspective, which is important because like you should be sort of hearing and seeing the mix in a way that like paints an audio picture, an auditory picture in a way. Because that's how you feel things. That's how you get people to feel things. Either way, I'm saying nonsense at this point. Magic Ninja Beats, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, for allowing us to provide feedback, comment on it, criticize it, as we do. Thank you for being a subscriber with us for so many months in a row. We appreciate that. Thank you, Magic Ninja. Goddamn, dude. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Honestly, always appreciated. Good to have you. Good to see you here. Stick around as we are going to be plowing through this list, and we get to Danny D Beats, whom I think, if I'm not mistaken, has ducked out. And I am correct about that. He tried to quit. I'm assuming Danny, I guess could be a girl's name, but I don't know. They tried to quit the stream, and that's not how it works. It's command leave, just in case anybody's wondering. But doesn't matter. We got now Cone official. I don't know how, but what is good, Cone official? I don't even know if you're here still. You're not. You dipped too. Let's try and refresh this one more time just to check. Nope. Magic Ninja Beats, yeah, definitely made me see and hear things differently. For sure, man. Buses are fun. Like I showed you before my screen, my project here. This is my Twitch project, but this is also my like sort of like when I want to record something and I want all the elements sort of laid out in front of me. This is my like template here. And like I showed you here, there are things that I have set up for myself in groups. So the vocals are all in their own bus. Keys have their own bus. I said keys have their own bus. There it is. The guitars themselves also have their own bus. The bass has its own bus, and the drums have their own. The drums and percussion have their own bus. And if I were to arrange it differently, if I were to do it differently, I would bus things out depending on who is supporting whom. So again, I would put bass and drums possibly in the same bus should they be on the same page and really supporting one another. That would happen. Or guitars and keys, similarly. You can put in a similar bus. You can put things in the same group if they're doing similar things. That what it'll help you do is you'll see, oh, well, these things are doing the same thing, but they're kind of playing different notes. So if they're on the same team, then they should be fighting in the same direction, not in different directions. Otherwise, it's counterproductive. And that's the way you really start to see your mix take shape visually in front of you from that perspective. And that could be a very useful tool when you start to mix. So we're going to skip here, Conofficial. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's one of the first times that's happened. That's one of the first times that's happened where I just like arrived at the end of the queue. And I didn't expect it, and I've only been streaming for like 2.5 hours. Oh, wow. Well, shit. Is there anybody in the queue who has not submitted a song yet who would like to do so? Of course, you join the queue, please, and do so. We are here for that. And in the meantime... Yeah, that sounds about right. Whoa. If anybody would like to kill some time while we wait for our next submitter and would like to suggest a song that they'd like me to try playing, because I could do that as well and kill some time. I've been playing some guitar these days. Yeah, guys, this is like, again, it has been a while since I've been streaming, since I have streamed, I suppose. So I guess the people aren't exactly used to this erratic schedule, but this is again one of the first few times that this has happened so soon into the stream that we've had no one left in the queue, honestly. So I guess we'll play some music, guys. We'll fucking play, you know what I mean? Another thing I should ask, is there any real difference in compressor VSTs, particularly waves? As in, should I use RVox for Vox, acoustics for AXX for guitar, etc., or is RComp fine for anything really? I am going to let you in on a little secret, Magic Ninja Beats. I've never used Waves plugins. I've never used UAD plugins. I don't use paid plugins. I use stock plugins from Logic. What I will say is this. There is big differences between the Logic compressor types within Logic, and there are very big differences between those stock Logic compressors and the free ones that I downloaded, such as the Klanghelm compressors or like a TDR compressor. Those
the sonic differences between them is quite drastic. So yes, there are better compressors for vocals, there are better compressors for guitar, but it will depend on what you're doing with those instruments. For instance, something like an FET or an 1176 compressor is really good for like lead guitar and lead vocals, because it's pretty aggressive in that it does allow your attack through, but it does react quite quickly after your attack is done, and it does compress really well, and you end up like having this really like very present feeling with an 1176 type compressor. Whereas if you get this like sort of what is this type again? I keep forgetting the name of these types of compressors here, but like I got the VCA compressor, for instance, the classic VCA compressor. This is the 1176, pardon me. Whereas if you get something like this, like an FET compressor, this is the one that I was talking about that's better for like lead vocals, lead guitar, and that kind of stuff. This will allow you, hold on, this kind of looking compressor will allow you a lot more like crunchy dynamic response. Works really well on snares as well. Same thing for a studio style VCA compressor. It will allow you the sort of like a very dynamic feeling. It's not a slow response. The classic VCA sort of look of the 1176 style compressor will be a little bit quicker to respond, and therefore will give you more of a squashed feeling. However, it boosts with, especially when you have like odd things like auto gain or like an auto makeup programmed well, you get a lot more of an even and consistent compression throughout. So the classic VCA style will definitely give you something like that. Vintage VCA will give you a bit of a slower response. Same vintage FET, we're getting faster, and vintage Opto, we're going straight to the top, the fastest possible response you can get. It is super quick, and it does a whole bunch of shit really well. Like for instance, dynamics like on drums and stuff like that. So yeah, it'll be, again, there is no real perfect compressor for drums or for guitar. There is a perfect compressor for aggressive drums. There is a perfect compressor for aggressive guitars. Those sounds, like the classic chimey sort of that chimey guitar will probably be compressed far better by an 1176 compressor than something that has a sound that is more resemblant to this. You're going to be more looking at something like an FET compressor, because it does have a little bit more of a chuggy sort of advantage, I guess is what I would say. So yeah, it's, again, there's no perfect compressor for an instrument. There is a perfect compressor for what this instrument is doing, and it'll do better. It'll do that better. It'll handle that better. My playing is nuanced, so I need a peak killer that can handle it. Okay, 1176 might be good for nuanced without ruining what I'm doing, which is kind of tough. And by nuanced, I mean I beat the shit out of the strings. Yeah, that's like less nuanced and more extremely dynamic. Which again, more of an FET style compressor would be more, you know, like useful for you. Hey, we have someone on the queue. We have someone who joined. I'd like to thank Jake Johnson MP3 for joining. I don't believe this is your first time among us here, Jake Johnson MP3, but it is, believe it or not, your turn. If we look at the queue right now, there is nobody but you in line. So Jake Johnson, if you will, please submit your link. Your SoundCloud link here in the queue. You came at the right moment. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I hope that helps a little bit, Magic Ninja. I mean, compressors are extremely hard to choose correctly until you know the sound that you're going for and you start to learn the compressors that you have to work with. But I gotta be honest with you, I've never really used any Waves plugins before because I can't afford them. I'm one of those that gets priced out by the best plugins. So I work with what I have, which is stock or free. And I'll be honest with you, you can accomplish more than enough with that. More than enough. All right. So we got this Jake Johnson song here, Let Me Go. Alternative rock, that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Nice photo. I don't know who this girl is, but that's a lovely photo. I like the piercings. So let's go here. Let Me Go by Jake Johnson. Let's listen together to, well, 2 minutes of this, but still, let's comment on it and see what we think.
You don't even know me, you don't even care. You just want my body, you just want my hair. You just wanna test me, chemistry ain't there. Suck on my testes, I don't want you here. Nah, you've been talking stuff but getting super on my nerves. But somehow I ain't left yet, somehow I ain't learned. You keep curving it and making me walk out the door. But somehow I ain't left yet, I come back for more. I don't want your love, please God let me go now. I don't want your love, please God let me go now. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, how we started. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, what I wanted. All I asked was the bare minimum. Let you fancy me dumb. Sour ways have changed, none shekels. For my anguish, wage war, I'd rather not. So I dare my life, burning rage and patience, beaming so bright. I forget the foresight, doesn't really matter who's right. When our time together is by night. Cause one of us will see oblivion, with the other one for us to carry on. Cause silence speaks louder than words ever could. I don't want your love, silence speaks louder than words. Please God let me go now. I don't want your love, please God let me go now. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, how we started. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, what I wanted. Begging God, begging no way. Baby now, baby no way. Pleading God, get me your way. Baby now, baby no way. I don't want your love, please God let me go now. I don't want your love, please God let me go now.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, I didn't even notice those 3 minutes go by. I thought we were I looked and we were at 2:50 and I was like, oh shit, that went by super fast. So that's a great sign. I'll start by saying that. Songwriting wise, this felt pretty good. Like, it flowed. It made me forget about the time. So that's a good thing that happened right there. Now, that is excellent. That means all of your elements are pretty much in place and are supporting each other instrumentally speaking, and the flow of the song from verse to chorus to bridge to all of that stuff, that is all pretty much as fleshed out as it needs to be. I have suggestions, a couple of questions. I have some things that I would say about the track in general, because mix-wise, it needs probably a little bit more love than you have given it songwriting-wise, if I am just going to be fully blatantly honest. First of all, I wrote at first that the kick needs a little more sub and low end, but it ended up being the drums in general. The drums need those toms and that kick and that snare. They all need to sound like this. to sound big. They need to sound big because the rest of the song is big. The personality of the song is large. I then wrote the Vox kind of sounded a bit brittle and also harsh. Brittle, not so much at the end. You did clean up your vocals quite nicely on the brittle side of things. However, harshness. There is a little bit too much high mids mixed in to both your vocals and your guitars that makes this sound a bit grating on the ears. And that's an important thing that you're going to need to address because you're going to want people to replay this song over and over. And it is way too catchy to just play once, dude. So that's a good thing. You want this to be flawless on all levels because you're so far you've got the first part working for you. So we just need that mix to come and clean that part up. So high mids, you need to bring those down a little bit. That harshness on the vocals and the guitar, important. Next, when we get into the second chorus, now I'm going to get into not just mixing ideas, but now arrangement ideas. When we get into this second chorus, we need something more. We need something more than what was there the last chorus. Again, the structure is great. Now every time you have a chorus, it needs to become more. It needs to become bigger. It needs to become more grandiose. So we're gonna need something like harmonies, something like a lead guitar melody, maybe even.
I don't want your love.
It could be whatever you want it to be, but it has to be something like.
Please God, let me go now. I don't want your love. Please God, let me go now. Who, what, where, when, how we started.
Oops. We got an ad song, folks. He got stuck in an ad. He's back. Okay, so like I was saying before, you got stuck in the ad here. This sort of chorus here needs a different element. I would say that you can add some harmonies, some vocal harmonies to your na 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 na. You got some of that. If you had that in there, that would sound good. Or very possibly as well.
Please God, let me go now. I don't want your love. Please God, let me go now. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, how we started. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, what I wanted. Begging God, begging no way.
Something like that. It doesn't have to be that loud, obviously, but something blended nice in the background that actually sounds nice and balanced with the track is going to take this next chorus up to a new level. It's going to bring this out. It's going to bring these beautiful like things that that are happening out even longer. And then by the time the last chorus hits, so you have this solo going on here. That's great.
Let me go. 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 Let me go.
You can have. I said wait. You can have all the things if you wanted. You can have a guitar solo, you can have your vocals. Everything could be like sort of stepping on each other by that last chorus because the vocal is pretty simple. Na 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 na. Very simple, very easy to remember, very chanty, very poppy. It's a good move. It's a good vocal for a pop song. So like that's a great thing. But we need those choruses to build and to evolve over time. So alternate drums maybe for this part per se.
I don't want your love, baby,
Maybe also, yeah, exactly, changing things up a little bit. I turned off my monitoring here, but I want it back on because maybe changing things up such as like,
you know, na 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 na. Who, what, where, when, what I want it. Baby, I beg you, no way. Baby, now, baby, no way. Pleading God, get me your way. Baby, now, baby, no way. I don't want your love.
doing things like that where you're like varying your drums a little bit in the bridge section. It's giving us a very big break from that straightforward beat of like, when we get a break from drum breaks like that and we go to something like a little more, it gives us context. It gives us context. It gives us a reason to come back so that when the drums come back to something more steady, more stable, more what we're used to hearing already in your song, it's like resolution. It's like we've taken the tension, now we're getting the release. Oh, the triumphant result of that is far more successful than it is expected to be, projected to be. So I recommend changing up your drums in the bridge. The last thing, oh no, I've already said it actually. Your mix is a little bit dense in the high and high mids, but do me a favor, if you will. Observe with me right here. Wait, let me point in the right direction. Right here. Sorry. God damn it, I'm gonna get it right. There it is. Right here. You see this meter? That's right here. Tennessee Symphony, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. You see this meter right here? This is actually adjusted to an actual EQ. So actually this is responding to the right frequencies. So observe, if you will, the one that is the farthest to the right when I play your song.
Please, God, let me go now. I don't want your love. Please, God, let me go now.
What that means is that there are a lot of frequencies missing in the high highs, meaning like your actual high from, if I'm not mistaken, 12K onwards. Tennessee Symphony, I can't see the EQ. Are we supposed to be looking at something? Look at this little box in the bottom left corner of your screen here. Where my camera is, bottom left corner, there is this thing here. It is actually a reactive EQ. It's a 9-band EQ, essentially. It's basically the logo of my company, but it's animated to respond as an EQ does. And it's interesting to me that we are missing, because it's been balanced and tuned for songs. Like when I play, for instance, my own song that I've mixed myself. You see how it does it? It's like it's still a little less than the other frequencies because you don't want too much of that high harshness, for sure. But it's more so than on your track, which leads me to believe that you're mixing very heavily between 4 to 10K, and you're kind of compensating by not mixing very much in the high end. And what I want you to do is kind of shift that. So if your EQ looks like a little more bass, a little less low mids, a lot of high mids, and then it ducks down on the high end, I want you to like sort of reduce the peak in the high mids and give the high end a little bit more refresher. And that you're gonna probably have to do not just by EQing your master, but by going into individual elements and saying like, okay, what has harshness? I'm telling you, your vocals and your guitars have a lot more high mids than they need. You can boost their low mids and boost their high end, and that will provide you with a lot more of a refreshing sound rather than a grating, harsh sound. Jake Johnson, MP3. So that's pretty much the last thing that I have to say about your song. I really like your song. I really like your song. I could see myself covering that song. I could see myself covering it because it is like a really cool, real groovy, really swingy, but at the same time, very steady beat. It is a great song. You've written a great song. Now I want your recording and your mixing to reflect that. So the recording itself, what I mean by that is all of those fluctuations throughout the song, such as changing up the beat a little bit in the bridge, or such as adding those guitars or those vocal harmonies. I want those layers to reflect the amazingness that is this great song. I really would listen to this on a daily basis if I heard an album of like this kind of music. I dig that. So that's cool, and that's a good thing. You got that going for you. Now I want the rest to go. Now, if you're interested in not worrying so much about the mix, this goes for everyone. I do offer my services as a mixing engineer to anyone whom may be interested. And honestly, for this kind of mix, I would probably recommend something along those lines, because these are the kind of songs that I mix for fun. For my own enjoyment. And when I get clients that submit me mixes like this, we end up with some pretty good results. So if that's something you're interested in, we can talk off stream. Anybody in particular can message me. We can look at some options for what we can do to bring your track to the, not just the 2.0, but the goddamn 40 2.0, because that's what we want. We want your track. Jake Johnson, especially, that track was worth whatever you were going to throw at it. It's a great song, catchy. So thank you, Jake Johnson, for allowing us to listen to that song, allowing us to provide feedback on it, comment on it, discuss potential and possibilities with that. It's not often that we get like just a good old pop song that just falls and checks all of the songwriting boxes, except a couple of like little details that just need to be like sort of gracefully injected in. But apart from that, it's rare that we get such a well-structured out song, and I'm happy to hear it. So thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate that very much. Now we got next the our Tennessee Symphony, which is our newest follower, our latest follower, and the gentleman who just joined the queue. Thank you for joining. It is technically your turn right away, because we have actually a pretty short queue today. My own fault, I suppose. I don't stream very often. Should be streaming every week, but here we are. So yeah, let's go. Tennessee Symphony, hit me up with a SoundCloud link, my dude. I know I wasn't expecting it either, but like here we are. You know, usually by like 6:30, I still have like 8 or 9 people in this queue. So like I'm very grateful to be able to like address your songs right away as I do. So yeah, hit me up. And I'm just gonna play Jake Johnson's song. That's another thing, Jake. I don't know if you're still with us right now, but dude, if you were to take that and speed it up, double it at some point, it would add a lot more tension, a lot more dynamic to that section. I have nothing but ideas for you for this song, dude. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. And when I enjoy a song, all I want to do is throw everything in the kitchen sink at it so that it fucking sticks and works. So, like, please, if you have any desire to work together on this song, let me know off stream, because I am game. All right. Well, this one might be a little different, but I really enjoyed hearing your thoughts. Thank you. I have thoughts. I have thoughts about music, you know. I have enough time spent listening to and creating music that I think it contributes somewhat. If this one is unsuitable, I can toss you a different one. This looks like classic. Concert in G, K453. Isn't that a Mozart piece? K453. It seems like a... Anyways, I don't know. Look at this, guys. everyone who's with us. Look at this young man. Learn to play bassoon. Look at this young man learning to play bassoon. Here's what we're going to do, Tennessee Symphony. We're going to listen to a little bit of this track. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of it because that's the rules for non-subscribers. Jake Johnson kind of transcended me on that level songwriting-wise, so I kind of lost track of time. But for 2 minutes is what we have for those. If we really like what we're hearing, we're going to continue, of course. But so this is a Mozart piece that I have rendered with virtual instruments for an app that is coming out. Okay. We will hear... This is a fun exercise, y'all. We will hear what the virtual instruments... I might know this piece. I know a little bit of Mozart. We'll hear what how the virtual instruments render out the performances. So I'm going to be listening not necessarily in a songwriter's perspective. I'm going to be listening more in a mixing and in a how realistic are these virtual instruments perspective. So let's listen to John Turnstall music and the master for concert in G, K453, normalized. It's normalized. 2023, 03, 27, 07. I don't know. This looks like a locker combination, so let's just play the song. I'm going to stop this and I'm going to keep playing. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Like, it's pretty well rendered. It's pretty well rendered. I know what I'm going to say about these things, and you'll probably agree to most of these notes, but it's pretty good. Okay, that's a great place to stop. That's a great place to stop because I've heard the piano now and like, so I'll start by saying the low end was surprisingly accurate. Surprisingly, air was moving in front of my chest that I only usually hear when I have been to like orchestral like string orchestras. And I've been to hear music live in a piece where there are no microphones, it is just acoustics. And that effect that I noticed in that room, okay, fine, it was video game music, but that still counts, damn it. It's the same instruments, it still counts. But yes, there was no mixing, there was no microphones, there was the instruments and the room, and that's the only acoustics you had. And that effect of feeling the air move in front of you and feeling it sort of like vibrate your chest a little bit was so apparent to me with the live strings, with those live, especially the double basses and the cellos. And that was happening in this. So low end, I don't know what are you using here, John Turnstall or Tennessee Symphony? What are you using plugin wise for these strings? Because at least for the low end, just that, it's worth it. It's worth it just for that. I'm curious. So those elements were great. The lead elements, such as the main violin, the chair, the first chair, and the first chair of the piccolo or the flute, those things sounded a little bit more processed and digitalized, and I'm not sure. It sounds like everything else was pretty well programmed out, like dynamics wise. It sounded like all the velocities were programmed pretty well for the rest, but maybe for the lead elements themselves, there was maybe some more, I don't even want to say automation, but like maybe just automation on the volume scale of things to do to make it feel more like a live person. Because the lead elements are so hard to reproduce digitally. I've been working on this like suite of music for my D&D group. I DM a group of 4 players in my D&D group, and I'm trying to write their players, their player characters, themes. Through like, you know, orchestral suites and stuff like that. And I have such trouble getting the lead symphony elements to like come out, but also sit back enough so that it sounds clean yet distinct. It's really hard to get that balance right. So chair 1 on the violin, especially in these early parts here, I hear the automation not the automation, I hear the velocity changing between notes. I hear the care and the attention put into it. It's like almost like you're thinking like a violinist and thinking which notes would they emphasize more and would they emphasize less. You might have to actually just dramatize or exaggerate those velocities in the digital sense so as to produce this more organic, like almost played dynamic, because like when you play a violin, it's so personal to the person who's playing it. Not only having to strike the note and make it audible, it's hard to do that on a violin as it is, but then to put the emotion and the right note and the right care into each note, so difficult, and it's so hard to capture that digitally. So maybe a little more exaggeration on the velocity of things to like really exaggerate those less and more, those more soft and more dynamic notes. I don't know if you're using a particular DAW to accomplish this. I use Logic Pro for all of my mixing, my recording, my arrangements and all that stuff. That's my favorite program. And in Logic Pro, it allows you to pick individual notes and define them as whether they can be staccato, legato, pizzicato, spiccato, vibrato, all of those different styles of play. And some of those options, like specifically for like accented legato, is one of the main ones where it's like it starts strong and then it just stays strong. But the legato one, it sort of like fades in to a strength, and just the movements, the scoops, the falls, all of these different shapes that each of these notes can take. Sometimes it's counterintuitive because you have to pick one of those notes. It's hard to explain. Let me open this up here and show you, because like sometimes you have to go in. Look, I do have a. Oh no, I'm gonna just choose this here. I'm gonna just create this MIDI melody. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. So yeah, when I define a note here, normally what I'll be able to do, it's not even showing me the option. It's not showing me the option for the gesture. I might not be in the right type of instrument. Also, why am I hearing myself? Double. Shut up, drums. That might be it. Oh no, it's that. It's definitely that. Okay, so let's hear. Let's see. It is the strings. It is the studio strings. It should be showing me the option. Let's just go to orchestral strings. I know for a fact that these cellos, you have the accentuation, and you can choose those. Huh, interesting. Well, I don't know what exactly to do here. I'm really sorry about that. I know of the tool and Logic of which you speak, the expression map. Yes, thank you for getting what I'm talking about, because Logic fails me in this moment when I'm trying to demonstrate my point. So thank you for understanding. But you get what I'm trying to say, that literally the expression and the very nature of the note that is defined can be changed. And my point, the reason that I'm trying to spell all of this out, is sometimes it makes no sense, but I have to choose a staccato for one particular note and then super lower the velocity so that it sort of flows, like even if it's just a transitional note, just like a those, there's a plenty of those in Mozart. And if those little transitionary notes that should be, in theory, when they're played by a professional violinist, are legato, sometimes those the expression that you have to choose in your software that you produce in is not that. And so that, I guess, is my, not advice, but like, maybe try that to achieve a more of an organic playability. Try counterintuitive expression styles for specific notes, only because those transition notes, they're barely audible, and yet those are the ones that are the hardest to make sound good. Those are the ones that will give away whether it sounds genuine or whether it sounds artificial. Unfortunately, the ones that you hear the least, the ones that are almost addressed, almost as if you were to like tune one of those notes slightly off key, as if the violinist might have been a ½ centimeter sharp or flat, those kind of tricks might smooth those transitionary notes. And I'm hearing that in this, if we listen again. The consistency between each note is so perfectly defined that it almost sounds, with those arpeggios, a little too good. And that's what I mean, is like choosing maybe an off type of expression, or like, again, detuning one of those notes just a couple of cents off. Those kind of things might help you achieve a much better and richer sounding lead part. And I'm not saying to do that for every instrument, unless you're a fucking maniac. I do that sometimes, and I roll myself like a joint this long, and I just stay in the studio for 16 hours micromanaging every goddamn note, every region. I do that. That's crazy. But for the lead element, it is much more worth it, because you are, like you said, giving it more personality, and if anything needs it, it's those ones that stand out from the mix. The other thing I would say, by the way, and this is a much more simple fix, for those lead elements, I know visually you're mixing it as if you see the orchestra on stage and the lead chair. The lead chair should be more than the center of the orchestra. It should be more close to the conductor. And if you were recording an orchestra with like a Deca-Tree microphone and like the room mics, you would hear the center chair closer to the conductor. So the fact that it's all the way out on the left is also making it you're doing something clever to like hide the digital aspects of your performance, but you're going to want to bring that to the center because it's the fucking lead chair, man. You gotta there are some things that belong in the center, you know what I mean? Like the lead elements, the flutes are doing it already, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the flutes are just shy of center. They're just off to the right of center, which is nice. That's nice. I think that's beautiful. A nice little chimey thing just off the center. I think that's beautiful. Placement-wise, stereo-wise, but yeah. Again, I'm hearing the bass is off more to the right, which again, visually speaking, is more accurate. So that's good. That's nice. But yeah, I would like almost invert the flutes and the violins. I would make the violins more like the lead violins more centered, but I would put them on the right side because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not very versed in actual live orchestral performances. But if I'm not mistaken, all of the string section are all off to one side, right? They don't put the violins on the left and the cellos and double basses on the right, if I'm not mistaken. Like they're all. The string section is on the right, the brass section's on the left, the flutes and woodwinds are in the middle. Like they are defined in their seating arrangements, if I'm not mistaken. My recommendation to you, in order to make this feel as realistic as possible, again, think of it if it was recorded on a stage, you definitely want to mix visually speaking. Depends on the orchestra and the country, but typically the strings take up the whole stage. Oh, well then I stand corrected. I stand corrected. But I would still preferentially put the lead elements such as the first chair violin nearer to the conductor, because that's where they would be sitting either way. We know that for sure. What else do we got? The last thing I want to say, and this is a similar comment to the lead violins, is like you got to try other things. The piano. I hear you again putting care and attention into the velocity of the notes, and the low ones are being played with less intensity than the high notes. The right hand obviously being emphasized. That's great. That's great. I don't know that it is the best preset for your piano. This sounds to me like a Yamaha or a Steinway Grand. You might consider going Bossendorfer. You might consider, just because you're getting a little bit more of a warm aesthetic, and I hear the tonality of the piano kind of sounding artificial, not because of the playing, but because of the actual strings and the way they're resonating on that stage. It doesn't sound like it's part of the same performance. It sounds like it's recorded post orchestra, and I think that we could warm up the sound of that piano a little more and make it part of the performance, I guess. Not sold. That's just me playing the part. Maybe you need to practice. No. The performance was wonderful. The performance was lovely. Again, I hear the care and attention put into every note. I hear that. It's wonderful. Yeah, the piano preset they asked for was kind of weird. They wanted an old one. I feel that though. Yeah, because again, my favorite preset really for piano most of the time is a Bossendorfer Grand. That leads me to have the best results most of the time, just because it doesn't stand out as much. If you're going to record a real Steinway in a hall, yes, fine. But I find that in general, Steinways and Yamahas, they always, in digital simulations, always sound a little brighter than they should. It sounds almost like you're recording a studio grand, but sounds like you're recording sounds like you're recording a concert grand. But sorry, I keep misphrasing myself here. You're using a concert grand preset in the digital app, but it sounds like it's a studio grand or like a baby grand in the recording. Like the brightness just mismatches. So yeah, that's a thing I think, is maybe adjust that. But the performance is lovely. What do you mean, Tennessee Symphony? Listen to this. I think you could still go in there and micromanage some of the velocities and maybe even some of the timings for the piano, because I'm hearing the deviation in the play. I'm hearing that deviation, but to be honest with you, I would almost need a little more in the quick notes, almost as if like to offset the like a couple of them could be faster and a couple of them could be slower. So like maybe go in and micromanage some of those notes a little bit as well, velocity and timing wise. And honestly, it should that and a better preset for the piano that matches the orchestra a little more. And this thing will sound like they're indistinguishable from a real orchestra. Again, the low end of this mix, surprised me. The air felt like it was vibrating in front of me, and like it felt like there was like this low, warm wind. I love that. I love that sentiment. It's so hard to get that digitally. And when you have a good string preset, like the one that Logic has, is pretty good. It's pretty good. It can get away with, like, look, I'll show you some of the things that I can do with the Logic strings, because I think it's cool, you know. Let's see here. What do we got? Yeah, this is a good example of that. I love the feedback. Thank you for this. It's all my pleasure. I actually enjoyed listening to your rendition of this quite a bit. I really like classical music. So this is the kind of, like, I'm not a professional arranger or orchestral. I can't really play piano that well. So this is what I can do with Logic. So that's an example of like some of the orchestral stuff that I do just for fun, you know, for my D&D team. I like writing music, so it's cool. But the thing with this is that I start to feel a little bit of wind in front of my face from those cellos, the dum ba da dum bum 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 ba da dum. I start to feel it, but I'm not like there. You know what I mean? The digital aspect of Logic is still a little digitally for my taste. So it's getting there. It's just, you know, I need a little more. And you're sweet. You're, what did you call it? It was the, also, we have General Tips who joined the queue, and we got to get to you, dude, too. I've been having so much fun talking about this orchestral stuff. You also mentioned something, but the Berlin Series orchestral tools sounds wonderful. If I was going to invest some money into this, it would be absolutely the one that I would invest in, because you've sold me just on what you can do with it. It's well done. It's the low end sold me alone. I would use it just for cellos and fucking brass. Incredible. General Tips, you said this long ago, and I'm sorry for not addressing this. I found this program the other day. It's an AI music generator, with which I'm usually not a fan, but it does an insane job on the production of music and vocals. I've been plugging lyrics to create vocals for my track. It's suno.com. It's mind-blowing how well it writes music. We're gonna have to look into it, dude. We'll play with that off stream. I think we're gonna have some fun. But just real quick before we jump to you, I'd like to say thank you very much, Tennessee Symphony, for joining us for the first time today. And for allowing us to listen to that rendition. It is quintessentially Mozart. It is a pop star of the classical composers, if I've ever heard it. And it is just exactly what I expect when I hear the word Mozart. So well renditioned in terms of like all the arrangement and stuff. I think very little needs to be done to make this sound absolutely solid. So I appreciate it very much. I appreciate you being with us, allowing to listen to the song, comment on it, provide feedback on it, and thank you for trusting us with your track, Tennessee Symphony. Very much appreciated. It was a nice little break from what I'm usually used to listening to, which is either electronic or some form of hip hop. It was a lovely break. Which I have no problem with electronic or stuff like that, but I don't get to listen to orchestral very often. There's actually someone who I know, Emitros, who's a longtime viewer as well, who sometimes submits some orchestral stuff, and that's also very nice. So mine's a special case and totally okay if it doesn't make it to me. We'll talk in a bit about it though. Hey, General Tips, hope you're doing good. Tennessee Symphony, extending the courtesy. Love that. I'm going to play you one I made, and if you don't want it to, I completely understand. There's a wild feedback for you. Thanks, hope you're doing good as well. Love the music, rock and roll, man. No, honestly, I love this culture. I love this culture. And yeah, absolutely, General Tips, I want to hear, even if it's fucked up, I want to hear it. If it's pog, if it's not, has nothing to do with what we've just listened to, that's fine. I love that. It allows me opportunities to listen to stuff that I normally wouldn't, expands my horizons. I fucking love that. So yeah, the Lord Blaze with the Discord. Thank you very much for joining us today. No, it's really good, but it's AI. So what? Let's listen to some AI music, dude. Let's this is a fun exercise. Let's all listen to our impending doom together. Of course I want to hear what my competition is, my digital competition is. Absolutely I want to hear that. Let me know. Let me know what's up. Lord Blaze, I'm going to add you into our Discord server here. Just needed some approbation. There you go. Oh, we got Far Horizon also, who's joined our Discord server. We got ourselves quite a community here, folks. I've got to say, I've never expected this many people to be a part of this server, but here we are. All right, so there's been this debate in society lately about artificial intelligence and its capacities and its dangers and what it may do not only to the employment industry, but also to the artistic industry. And I understand, because this basically is in direct competition with everything that I do. Music creation and or mixing and or mastering. AI is essentially a threat to me and my existence, which is a sad thing, because I feel like there is some enjoyment to be had from AI. I enjoy using it extremely, extremely much when I'm like designing D&D things, when I'm like creating D&D stories, when I'm creating D&D visuals and stuff. I think that it is a wonderful tool for those uses. However, it removes the opportunity for someone to make money at the end of the day. And that is a threat to our current economic system. But undeniably, AI does something well, and that is what it is programmed to do. And in this case, for tips here, this is what you've done. You've created a 2-minute, what it seems to be math rock song made by AI. I understand your reticence to release this as your own music. I understand that. As an artist myself, I wouldn't feel right calling this my own. But let us listen to it together. This one's crazy. As an okay producer and shit vocalist, this is going to make me able to use my own vocals, but the music side of it is scary how good it produces, and I completely agree with your take on it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us try not to get too discouraged by listening to this together, this being an AI production. I didn't put it on SoundCloud yet. Lord Blaze, is that the only way? It is. It is the only platform. It's free. It takes a couple of minutes to set up. I see no reason why not. So yeah, it is the only way. Let us together listen to My Lyrics 1 Math Rock AI Stuff by Tips.
That we ate the food with no mistakes. Are human, do we ever change? I hope we do. We often know not in hope a lot, losing time to the ether. Fragile faith, think you've heard the flame or trap the heart. What's running tears is what I'm made with. Does it catch your eye? Thinking of the words we never spoke. 'Cause when I'm with you, it's like a beautiful decay. Falling deeper, I can't see the ground. Taking risks, but I'm losing what I found. I'm playing
Okay. Oh man. JB Chroma, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry I'm not reacting right now. I'm just contemplating my future and what I'm gonna do with it instead of making music or mixing because there's no hope. It's too good. Ah, damn it. Okay, I gotta start looking into retraining. I gotta start looking into certification of some kind because this is a lost cause. Lord Blaze, I just haven't posted it yet and I didn't want to. You don't have to actually. SoundCloud, just like this track actually, you see right here, this track is private. It actually allows you to post it but not post it. So that's exactly what we do here, was we like share private links so that you don't have to show me like or release your track on your platform and stuff. Some people even like to create like a secondary account just for streams and stuff like that, so that they can like just share it to various feedback platforms and stuff. So that's the kind of thing that a lot of people like to do for this kind of stream. Oh, God, dude. The only good thing for you right now is you control on the songs is a coding like logic like verse 1, bridge, break. But it's kind of random on how it generates, so you're safe for now. No, I know. It's not particularly tuned in. Now, general tips, I have a question. Are all the elements produced by this website, suno.com, whatever the fuck it is this 100% AI produced? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's scary. Because obviously there's issues, right? Like obviously it's some of the muddy sections. Obviously we're losing out some of the snare hits. Some of the kicks are not coming through. And like it's... You know, the vocals themselves, they kind of have too much distortion, but you hear throw-ons and throw-offs of vocal effects. You hear like doubles that are applied strategically to certain sections, and I'm like, yep, that's what I would have done. Oh no, oh no, robots are doing it. They're really doing it. And that's like the thing that I'm like, I'm genuinely a little scared, because why wouldn't you be? When you hear this, it's like, oh, fuck, it's close. I give it 5 years to refine itself, and it'll start tracking patterns not only in like the mixing and the mastering, but like tracking patterns in songwriting. It's already starting. You hear the vocals being emphasized in some sections, like choruses. And sure, okay, fine, you defined that the section was a chorus and the section was a verse, bridge, whatever the fuck. Fine, and it can learn from that from other songs, but the fact that it's doing so in such a organic way, like this sounds like a singer with auto-tune. And we hear that in pop music now, so it's indistinguishable. Oh man, that's scary. That's scary. That's scary. You know, and again, you said it, excellent tool. Just like for me in D&D, when I'm writing shit, I'm like sculpting out a story, and I'm like, I don't have time to fill in the details. I got a game in 2 hours, and fucking ChatGPT helps me the fuck out with that shit, and it's a great tool. And yet, writers have no chance. Writers have no chance. People who have been studying the craft for years and years and years will be surpassed by these tools in 5 years at the most. Jesus Christ. Well, that's what Ray Kurzweil thinks, that in 5 years it's going to be equal to the artistic capabilities of humans. Ray Kurzweil is a genius, and I pretty much trust him on most of his predictions because he's been right about most of his predictions. He says that in 5 years, AI better than humans, surpassed. I write the lyrics and I manipulate the song structure and I pick a vibe or genre. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. I did a cover of 3 Days Grace. I'd love for you to hear. JB Chroma, that could be your submission if you wish. Intro, long road trips and ceilings. You drive me up. Grip the thing. Wow, dude. That didn't text out right. No, I'm assuming it didn't, but like I get it. I get how you arranged it. And that is scary, how easy it is to compose a song. You're not even, obviously you're not composing, general tips. You're writing lyrics and you're writing structure, and that's fine. But like the AI is doing all of the hard work for you. Why would you do the work if you could do that and create equal, if not better music? Why would you do the work? Because it's the way we used to do things? then why do we do anything the modern way, you know? So anyways, that's why it's a bit threatening. More people use it, the more it learns. Exactly. But yeah, it's scary. It's insane. It's fucking insane. It's actually a really cool tool for working on lyrics and hearing them in your song, and being able to hear it played as you're writing has been really cool. For me, yeah, I would prefer to hear a good AI vocal track than a bad singer auto-tuned. Honestly, if we're talking, we're just we're just throwing things back and forth here. I don't love auto-tuned artists as much as I love this. Hot take. Hot take. Do what you will with it. But damn, this sounded good, man. Amazing. I joined the queue. What's the queue at? You can do Command Q to see the full actual queue list. It's insane. You can make a whole library of your own music. The vocals have blown my mind. The vocals are surprising, dude. And that's the crazy thing, is like, if at some point or another, you're going to be able to feed a sample of your own voice and your timbre. It's going to be able to analyze all of the harmonics, and it'll be able to accurately represent how you would sound like singing. So you won't even need to actually sing anymore. You'll just need to go like, ah, ooh, ee, and another octave up, and that's it. It'll figure out the rest. It'll tie together the rest. It'll literally just be the rest. Try it out. I think you get 10 free songs a day on the site. Who wants to write 10 free songs a day? Who? That's so bad. It should be 1 free song a day. You're literally encouraging the demise of musicians by making it 10 free songs a day. You're just going like, hey, fill our library up with just all the information we need to disarm the entire musical community. Oh man, the funny lyric songs are hilarious though. I'm sure that's like the fucked up image generator, AI image generators with like 17 fingers on one hand. I love those. I love those as well. Anyways, general tips. Thanks for showing us this. We need to be aware of it. This is just going to be part of life at some point. It's just going to be part of our environment. We're going to have to be making music truly because we love to, because companies that will release music will absolutely prefer this technology to actual artists. Actual artists are complicated, they're messy, they're financially a bad investment. This is going to be just the future, and we have to really just get back down to human art for art's sake, because otherwise we're fucked. But either way, thank you for bringing this to our attention, General Tips, and thank you for trusting us with this track that is technically yours. I'm not going to say thanks for trusting us with your track. Thanks for trusting us with this track that is technically belongs to you, technically. We're going to keep moving down this line here, folks. JB Chroma, you can go ahead and submit your SoundCloud link in the chat now. You are next, and Lord Blaze. And oh yeah, let's do this actually. Let's see if Lord Blaze is in the queue. Lord Blaze, you're going to have to join the queue. Command join. So that will get you in line. And then you will be able, once we get to your turn, just like that, when it says JB, it's your turn, Lord Blaze, you will be able to submit your link then. I didn't introduce the goddamn track yet, so you're gonna calm your tits, computer. AI! All right. Thanks again, General Tips. Honestly, it was great lyrics and a scary good compositional tool that you have there. Scares the shit out of me. So here we go with Phrasant, otherwise known as JB Chroma, with a cover by the Queen Bee. It's, you said, a 3 Days Grace cover? Is that what it is? Or 3 days, 3 Doors Down? I always get those things confused, honestly. Let's see here. 3 Days Grace. Cool. Cool. I like 3 Days Grace. Same and thanks. Of course, man. I'm always happy to see you here, General Tips, by the way. You have a great perspective on music, and I appreciate you. Hey! I didn't introduce it yet. I didn't say let's go. I didn't say the things that I gotta say. Without further ado, AI. Without further ado, the cover by the Queen Bee, Riot. Let us listen.
If you feel so empty, so used up, so let down. If you feel so angry, so ripped off, so stepped on, you're not the only one refusing to back down. You're not the only one, so get it up. Let's start a riot, let's start a riot. Let's start a riot, let's start a riot. If you feel so filthy, so dirty, so fucked up, if you feel so walked on, so painful, so pissed off, you're not the only one refusing to go down. You're not the only one, so get it up. Let's start a riot, let's start a riot. Let's start a riot, let's start a riot.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh. That was fucking hilarious. That was fucking awesome. It was so much better considering that the rest of the tracks were so crisp and tight, and I was like, oh, that snare sounds juicy. Then the bass comes in and I'm like, oh, okay, the bass needs a bit of a boost. I think we need a little bit more like energy from the bass. I think we could use a little more sub frequencies, maybe a little distortion. And then the vocals came in and I'm like, I don't care about anything else. I don't care about anything else. That's please, I have a Screamo part coming up. Okay, folks, what do you guys think? Mash the chat for a second if you guys think that we should listen to the Screamo part that's coming up. Please let me know in the chat if you think we should really grace the Screamo part. Why not? We made it this far. Okay, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's just go right to the Screamo part.
Let's start a riot! A riot! Let's start a riot! Let's start a riot! A riot! Let's start a riot!
I can't, dude! I can't! I prefer this to fucking 3 Days Grace! I prefer this! Okay? You win, JB Chroma. You win. You got me. You got me enjoying this. This should be on every radio. This should be on fucking Sirius XM. This should be broadcast on Starlink. This is fucking hilarious, man. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, JB Chroma. You know, guys, this is an important point, and I mean, like, let's start by saying this, JB Chroma. If it was unintentional for you to not sound like, okay, here we go. This is my first time singing on record, and it's obviously a joke. Okay, I'm glad. It's and I'm gonna say this about that. Obviously, if you're looking to improve. The only joke is how the original sounds now. That's so true. It's so true, dude. This is so much funnier. This is so much better. Because the original is ridiculous in and of itself. So, okay. I'm glad. This is an excellent punctuation on not taking ourselves so seriously. is like, if your goal here, JB Chroma, Phrasant, cover by the Queen Bee, whatever title I should refer to you as, I should bow down to you as, is what I should what I should say. If your goal is to improve vocally speaking, obviously we're getting farther and farther away from that goal, but it wasn't. It was a joke. And I think that speaks to, you gotta like sometimes do some foolish ass shit. You gotta do some goofy ass shit. And I have a lot of fun when I don't take myself so seriously. I have a lot of fun making fun of myself. I always, however, tend to lean a little bit more serious when it comes to like creating music that is close to me and my emotions. But when it comes to covers and stuff like that, you should be doing whatever it is that makes you feel either good or the way you want to feel. And this made me feel great. This made me feel fantastic. And I mean, like, what more can you say? What more can you possibly say? This was a wonderful mockery. I loved it. I really loved it. I really thought, like, this is the thing. You caught me off guard. You caught me off guard with it. You throw these juicy drums and guitars at me.
Stop. If you feel so empty.
I'm like, I'm not sure if he's being serious yet, and then it gets better and better and better. I just love that. I just love that. You catch me completely off guard. Now, if you're looking for some serious advice, not pitch-wise, let's not even get into like the singing errors that you've made here. Better mic, obviously, is going to be an idea. It sounds like you kind of recorded on like an iPhone headset kind of thing directly into the computer. So something with a larger diaphragm will give you a little more low end in your recording quality. Mixing a little bit less high mid in general might help you a little bit. The nasalness of this particular recording really brings out the high mid EQ. Vocals, obviously, yes. General Tips was giving some good advice because it was true. The vocals were a little loud. The structure is solid. We'd like to hear some effects on those vocals. All of those things are true when you take this song seriously. But if you're like looking to improve your vocals in the future seriously, you know, there's some easy ways to get a better tonality, and then you'll make a mockery of those vocals in your own way, which will fit a little bit better in that mix. I want to hear more of your covers though, dude. I want to hear more of this. I have to hear you do some Weezer, okay? I have to hear you do some 311. 311 in this style. Come on, dude. Let's go, JB Chroma. Let's go. Like, I don't know what you're waiting for here. Let's pick it up. Let's pick up the pace. Let's move on, but I'd love to say once more, JB Chroma, thanks for allowing us to listen to your cover, allowing us to comment on it, provide feedback, I guess. Enjoy it mostly, through and through. Fully enjoy this experience. JB Chroma, thanks for trusting us with your track. We appreciate that very much. Very, very enjoyable time. I've been having a great time today, guys. It makes me just want to stream more. And I know I don't do it nearly enough, but y'all make me really enjoy my time with you. All right, so now we're moving on here, folks. We got Lord Blaze, who's pretty much the last person on our list right now, and is with us in the chat in theory. So, Lord Blaze, if you will, thank you very much. I see you've done that. Yeah, you need to stream more. My Tuesdays have been bland. Yeah, I gotta inject a little more love into the Tuesdays, I think. I will be, however, next week guaranteed mixing a track on air, I believe. I have a client who really enjoyed. Excuse me. I have a client who really enjoyed the experience the last time I mixed their track on air, and they like tuned in and were also giving me feedback on the mix and like, okay, keep this, let's change that. So I think I'm gonna do that with the same client's track. I'm gonna do that next week, probably either Monday or Wednesday, one of the two. But we're gonna try and squeeze another feedback stream in as often as possible, because I know I got a couple of weeks coming up that are gonna be busy. And I want to get as many as I can in, because I miss you guys, honestly. I genuinely miss you. All right, so Lord Blaze, this is a first-time submission for you. We got You Are Here, very good. You don't do vocals, you're instrument music. Instrumental is very cool. We got this song here, Shark High Roller by the Lord Blaze. So, while we blaze, let us listen to the Lord Blaze. Let us listen to 2 minutes of it here. The Shark High Roller. So that's more than 2 minutes. Lord Blaze. Okay. So let's talk a little bit here. First of all, I got a question. How long have you been producing Lord Blaze? Like, how long has it been that you've been making some music? First question for you. I'm starting off with a question because I genuinely need some information before we start talking. Build It All, though, I've been writing about 2 years. Okay, so the fact that you put all of it together and have been doing so for 2 years, your mix is last 8 months have done the best info lately. Okay, well, you're starting to understand mix-wise what to do based on the elements themselves all being nicely leveled between each other. The composition for me personally was a little bit simple, a little bit simplistic. I don't mind something that is simple, but the chord progressions weren't really engaging and telling a story that both makes me feel safe and in danger, or rather I should say gives me tension and release. So I think that like having the like for I'll try and like do your bass line here. Hold on a second, let me find the right preset to do this. I think it's this one. Ah, that's nice. You're going between two notes for a long time. So if I go here, so yeah, so the bass line for a long time is staying on basically two notes. It's and it doesn't feel like there's any particular discernible pattern in your bass line. So it's not like you're writing this like riff like more like you're. But it feels like it's sort of like back and forth arbitrarily. It doesn't really tell much of a story with that bass line. The melody, that dun, 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 that helps a little bit. So that does bring some melody back into the equation. But yes, Lord Blaze, using more of the scale is going to be something that's pretty important. So like, for instance, if we're talking like that melody, those notes, you're talking D minor. D minor. Go with your track actually. Let's play along. Write a bass line that follows a tempo structure. So like if your beat is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, if that's your tempo, okay, then you're 4/4, and you're gonna want to write something within 4 or 16 bars to keep it simple. If you want to keep it simple, that's cool, but then you're gonna write them like that, something groovy. Yeah. So like you're doing something that is telling a story. Think of music, okay? When you're telling a story with music and with melody, your root note, in this case, the key of your song, we've already said it, it's D minor. Okay, think of D minor in this case as home. That's where you live. That's your apartment, that's your home, that's your studio. You need to go to the kitchen. Okay, let's say you go from your bedroom to the kitchen. How would that sound? I'm going from the kitchen. Bed. To the kitchen. Food. Then I eat it. Feel good. In bed. That's that kind of thing. You're thinking of your story from like what's the main key? That's D, that's home. Then you're going around home. You're either going out to the corner store, you're either going out to work, or you're going on an adventure. You're always starting home, then you're taking it away. The farther you get away from home, the unsafer it is until you get here. Woo! Now we're getting farther. And then that's the kind of thing, you know what I mean? That's like, think of your story and think of it as a loop. As like you're telling a story in a loop, and you're trying to establish how far away from home you want your story, your main character, to be. And I think that'll help you design better riffs and better bass lines. That'll help you like wake up the creativity in you a little bit more. Because right now I'm hearing a lot of super unidimensional riffs and a lot of super unidimensional, like sort of one thing at a time. A lot of things at a time that are like, not a lot of things at a time that are like complementary, but there's like basically one thing and then another thing on top, plus a little bit of rhythm. It's all very minimalistic, but not in the best way. So when you build a 4-bar for A, B, A, C, you need to return back to A, but it ends on C. Not necessarily, like there's a whole lot of ideas. You could alternate, like think blues. Blues is that. Blues is basically... Hold on a second. Let me get you the example with blues here. blues goes from the 1 or from the A to the 4 or the B, back to A, back to B, staying a little bit on B, then going back. Stay on the A a little bit. Then it goes to the C. Back to the B. Back to the A. So that's a blues. That's one way of writing. A, B, C, A, C. It's one way of writing chords. Then you have the 4 chords, the very, very typical, all of the songs that exist that have used this chord progression at least once. You know what I mean? 1, 2, 1, 2. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. So that is another shape. You're going A, C, D, B. That is another shape. You have so many options of these shape. You could start on the D. You could start, then go to the B, to the A, then to the C again. And that's a 4 chord. So like any of those that have the very simple 1, 5, 6, 4, any of those songs are referred to as 4 chord songs, and any combination of those 4 chords are called 4 chords. But it's you have options. You could very well stick between 2 chords. Pink Floyd does it all the fucking time. In Dark Side of the Moon, if you like Pink Floyd as much as I do, you hear. It's just going back and forth between the A and the B, between the 1 and the 4. So like, honestly, that's fine too. But as long as you define a shape and follow that shape. That's what's important. 0 Point Synchronix. Hey man, it has been some time. Thank you for joining the queue. I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad to see you're part of the queue at this point. Malo, what is good indeed? Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for following. And if you could do me a favor and command join the queue by pressing command join, literally !join, and hold your link until we get to your turn, because it's probably going to get lost up in the chat anyways. So there you go. You already did that. That's done. So now you just got to hold on until your name pops up in the chat. Very similar to how it did just now. Lord Blaze, if your riff is A and build and bass line on different scales but keep the same chord progression, right? You could, but they can interact. See, bass lines can interact, or it could support chord progressions. So for songs like... those songs like Pink Floyd, the bass will play the same chord progression. Yes, but for instance, for a song, what's a good example? Let me think of a really good example. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of an example for bass that like the bass is playing a different thing than the guitar or the other elements, rather the synths are playing. You know, it's a good example. It's not exactly yeah, it's not exactly digital music, but it's Red Hot Chili Peppers, so it's a good example. song, throw away your television. The bass is playing something and the vocals are doing something else and the guitars are doing something completely different. Everybody's doing their own thing, but the chord progression is basically System of a Down supports. That's a good question. I think so. I don't think that's the key, actually. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Anyways, I think so. I think System of a Down does a lot of supporting, although the bassist is quite a beast and does a really good job. Yeah, I think he does support a lot. I think he does support those riffs a lot. But you hear those riffs are following a chord progression still. It's like so that's the thing. You have to understand that the bass is technically playing something that is supporting, but the vocals or the guitars are doing something slightly different. And but what's important is that everybody's on the same page. And when you hear these sections in your songs here, only one element at a time. And like a good example of undersimplifying or like oversimplifying your song is this, because there should be oh, he's in an ad. Shit. Okay, well, I'm not gonna give feedback on his ad. He's back. Cool. I was waiting for your ad to finish, Lord Blaze, because it's nothing lamer than getting feedback and then not hearing the feedback because there's a stupid ad for fucking Tide Pods. So, yeah, the idea here is your bass line and your melodies should be telling a bit of a story. And just dancing between two notes or holding on one, it's not really doing it for me. It's not really giving me that story. The other thing is that when the drop hits, it's even quieter than the previous sections. And this should be the loudest section. This should be the most outward section. This should be the most explosive section. When you have a drop like that, you should have, if you're gonna do very simple with one or two elements at a time, then the sound of them should be heavy. Your drums should sound heavier. Like if your drums go from here, and let's say your drums sound like this. Fine, that's fine. But if you're gonna do something, you can even do this. You can go from this. Take, but when that sound comes in after having heard minimalistic drums, it gives this shape to your song, where your actual song is expanding sound-wise. So yeah, we need bigger drums, we need bigger sounds over time. The song needs to evolve in either interest, tone, and or volume even. It has to evolve and increase over time. That's really what the takeaway is here. So you need to build your song to something that is more so at the end a song than it is at the beginning, is I think what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, a little more work on your composition as well. And I think I'll stop there just because I could get into a whole mess of advice on how to get you better, Lord Blaze, because I think that to a certain extent you're relatively new to songwriting and production, and I think you're on your way, but you need to like sort of compose a little more creatively, a little more like tell a story with your notes. Use your notes as the palette that you're painting. You know what I mean? And that's going to really help you. And then when you're ready to like expand even further, then you can do the same thing, but with your instruments. So your drums could sound a little bigger. Your guitars or your synths or whatever it may be, they sound just more and more and more. And that's really what I think you're gonna have to look to improve, which is like creative expansion. Think bigger on all levels, and you'll find growth. You'll find growth. But that's where I'll stop. Thanks for allowing us to listen to your song, for allowing us to provide feedback, comments, criticism, and whatnot on it. If you're open to growth, then you'll get better, and I can guarantee, because if you practice anything, you get better at it. Guaranteed. So thank you for trusting us, Lord Blaze, with your track. We are moving on to the next few, and I will say this: if there is anybody else besides 0 Point Synchronix, which is now, by the way, a new project that 0 Point Dubfile, previously known, has started to psychedelic down-tempo music. Not to forget your messages, 0 Point. I'm happy you're with us. Then we have Malo. I think it sounds like a French name. Malo will be after 0 Point Synchronix. And Olger Schmolger. Sorry, I guess it was difficult to pronounce that name. Olger Schmolger, if you'd like to join the queue, you will be the last one to join. So if you want to command join the queue, you can get in line. We have 2 people before you, and then I will be closing the queue for the evening. So if there's anybody right now of the people that are with us who want to join, who have not done so yet today, please do so now, or forever hold your beats. Not forever, but for like a week, hold your beats. Because yeah, we are nearing the end of this stream very soon. So Olger Schmolger, go ahead and press command join in the chat, or like type command join in the chat, and you will be on our list, and then I will close the queue. But first, before I do so, let us open up, I suppose, the song here that we have, Synchronix, Something But Nothing. I like that. There's a good Foo Fighters song that I like called Something From Nothing. But I like the juxtaposed titles like that. So that's nice. All right. Thank you, Olger Schmolger, for joining. We will now close the queue once more. Anyone who is... well, next time. We'll see you next time if anybody wants to come in and join the queue. All right. Synchronix, show us something. That's 3 minutes. And 0 Point, you are... oh, you're not a subscriber. I'm sorry. I thought 0 Point, you had been a subscriber. I feel like you have been a subscriber of the channel before. And I for some reason... So, sorry about that. Olger Schmolger, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so either way, that was groovy as a motherfucker. Let me just hear, because if you think this the next part is the best, let's hear it. Nice. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I will not lie to you. It's actually pretty nice. With that voice is it is very. Let me put it this way. It reflects the artwork quite well with that voice. It allows us to like feel much more in this sort of headspace where mandalas are spinning all around us. And where's my acid? God damn it! Oh, thanks, dude. Cool. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate that very much. Always nice. Always nice to have you as part of the team. So there you go. There's Justified. You get a little more bang for your buck. Okay, so I do have a few. First of all, I have a question. So a comment and a question. It's like a two-parter thing. So I love that kick. That kick is everything to me. It's juicy, it's tasty, it's I love it. It's super heavy. It cuts through. I love that. But this is my question as part of this comment. Is that too much for the genre if it's like down-tempo side-dub? Like, is that something that the genre would frown upon? Particularly because I know that with dub music, like actual like reggae and dub music, I've heard like kicks and snares that just cut through the mix and then are super juicy, and it makes me rejoice in life. But I know for down tempo stuff, usually they go with much more like ambient percussion and rhythmic patterns. So I'm not sure if it's more on the dub side of thing or if it's on the down tempo side of thing that you're looking to go. But Celestial Dreamer, that doesn't sound like, that doesn't sound like Celestial Dreamer. That sounds like fucking dub side of the moon Dreamer, No, it needs to have a bit of weight. Okay, well, this has a lot of weight. Like, it's pulling a whole lot of weight and energy back into this track, which, again, I'm here for. I fucking love it. But if you're going for something that is a little more down-tempo, sounds a little energetic for that. But if you're saying that that's typical things, cool, moving on. Let's keep it. I have no reason to want to change that. It's a loud mix too, which is again surprising for down-tempo music. It has gusto, this song, which I wasn't expecting. Personally, I think it is typical in tracks in this genre. Marvelous. I'm very happy about that, 0 Point. So, I find the intros a little long, but that's something that I have as a recurring comment for your music in general, 0 Point. We have that not issue, but we have that comment with you specifically, including in your dub file, including in your 0 Point project. Like, I've said that before about your stuff, and it's, I guess, a stylistic choice to have a longer intro. It's also a DJ choice, a live sets choice. So, like, I'm trying to see past that. I just think that we could have just gotten to the point. We could have just gotten to the point faster, simply put. Like, the elements that you have here don't necessarily need to repeat to express the language that you're trying to express in that intro. But again, it's a 5-minute song. You're not looking to be brief. You're looking to really expand on your vocabulary. You're looking to say things. It's like the French language, I guess. It's the fact that you have to say so much in order to express so little, the very art of saying something that is part of the beauty of the language. It's like You don't have to be so descriptive, but you can be. And that is part of the beauty of the French language, in my opinion. Whereas the English language is much more, this is what you need to know, these are the ways to express it, and this is the way to exacerbate it. Or not exacerbate it, but to describe it further. And it's very, minimalistic. But this is more like, you want to play it out, and I understand that. That's why it's like, I'm not saying that it's a recurring problem, it's just a recurring comment that I have with your music, personally. I'm not also looking to please the average listener. It's for a specific type of psychedelic people. And this is why it's not a problem. Because it's like you're not looking to entertain everyone. You're looking to entertain some people that really like this stuff. And that's exactly the reason why I said it's not a problem. It's just a comment. And I'm happy that it's not a problem. Because like if you were saying like, nah, man, I want to get those listens up. I'd be like, well, how about you cut your music down? But that's the thing. We're not there. We're not doing that. Okay, so this is more of a just a personal taste thing here. The decay on your 808 or your sub during the break is a bit short, and I thought you could have like fucked with it artistically a little more to like exaggerate or exacerbate that sort of mellow psychedelic effect. I'm speaking specifically about this. That one was better. That one was better. Just kind of dies a little fast. I feel like it could be a little more, dramatic. You're going there. You might as well go there. So that's, again, like now I'm sort of tuning myself with what you're going for, which is like, let it draw out, let it be loose. I'm fighting my like producer instincts to go like, cut it down. Like, no. Draw it out. Lean into what you're going for. I'm trying to learn with you here. Okay. This, however, is something that I think you could very well help. That could very well help your mix. I find some of your high mids, specifically for the percussion, are a little crisp and a little harsh, maybe a little grating on the ears. So like those hi-hats and those snares, I'm also a bit insecure about the high end. So it's funny that you say that at the exact moment that I'm saying this, but yeah, I think we could tone that down a little bit. What you may consider doing, and this is just a way to like sort of kind of play around with how you kind of want it to sound, because this is an easy way to, let me just tell you what I would do. I would probably on the distortion, on the bus of your drums, put a distortion that warms up the track, that takes away some of the high end, or like emphasizes some of the low end and like camouflages some of the high end. So it's like some, I know that what's the plugin called? The Klanghelm IVG. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. IVG i2. The IVG i2 plugin is one that's really nice because you can actually, let me just crank this up to screen size. Oh, I can't make it bigger? Oh, well, shit. I guess I can't make it bigger. This one, what you can do, what's cool about this, is that you can check where the frequency response is affected for this kind of distortion. So you can really tell the distortion. I want you to like pump in the very low frequencies or the low mids. And I feel like if you were to like lean around those low mids slash mids, low slash mid mids, if you were to distort that section, it might take a little bit of attention away from the high end. And if that doesn't do it, if the distortion type that you're working with doesn't put emphasis on that section, but instead softens that section and puts emphasis on the high end, then you do the reverse. You go and select the high end and you distort the high end, and that same plugin should have that effect, which is to soften the high end a little bit. Does saturating the mids also work? Don't want to distort the kick because it's already heavy and big. So that's my point here, is like you want to more affect not the low end, you want to affect the low slash mid mids. Like the really like in between 30 and 50% on the spectrum here. We're talking probably between 400 and 800. If you have the right distortion and you emphasize that by distorting those, then it will call attention to that section instead of taking softening it. But again, it depends on the distortion plugin, because in this particular case, this one here softens it. So I would actually go into the high frequency response and I would crank the drive up because I would want less distortion. That's the way I would do it for your drums. But again, it all depends on your arsenal of plugins, what you're working with. So yeah, that would be my last piece of advice, because the rest sounds really nice, really groovy. I love your new direction. I love that your directions, this is one thing I've got to comment on here for you, 0 Point. You've done the D&B perspective, you've done the sort of very low dub and dubstep sort of like really bass heavy dubstep, and you've now done this side dub project here, or like this sort of like psychedelic dub project. I like that in the genres that you do explore, you explore them very efficiently. You fill those frequencies in the moments that you need them filled really efficiently. And you know the sound you're going for, and you lean into that. So like sound design wise, keep it up, man. You're really creative as a person, sound design wise. And I love how all of your tracks, you know the direction that they gotta go, you know where it's going, and you lean into that in your sound design. So well done. I got nothing more to say about that. Well done. 0 Point dub file. Nope. 0 Point Synchronics. Thank you for allowing us to listen to your track, provide feedback and comments on it. Know that you're open to those comments already, so that's good. Thanks for subscribing, being part of the studio crew, and thank you for allowing us to be trusted with your new track. We appreciate it as always, man. We're going to move on down the line. We only got 1 or 2 left. Of course, 0 Point, stick around for Malo. Malo, if you are still with us, please post your SoundCloud link in the chat at this time. Please and thank you. And not finishing till I am satisfied. That is a perfectionist approach that I can respect wholeheartedly. Because I literally refuse to release music or have anybody listen to music until I'm satisfied with it, which is a double-edged sword if I've ever heard one. Malo is no longer with us. Oh well. Well, that's too bad. Sorry, dude. You gotta be here to be listened to. Last but not least for the day, Olger Schmolger, our latest follower. Thank you for joining us. We're pulling up your link as we speak here, and then we will conclude this stream. I think 4.5 hours is plenty of time to spend listening to people's music. Such a sick username. I fucking agree. It's a really good username. And wait till you 0 Point. Wait till you see this song title. Watch this. Go make some drum and bass, Olger. It will be fun, Olger. Go make some drum and bass, Olger. It will be fun, Olger. Olger Schmolger gives me Forest Gnome name. Yeah, that's really true, actually. Olger Schmolger is actually the family name of this Forest Gnome tribe that lives deep within the Ardeep Forest on the Sword Coast or something like that. You know? But let me not get too much into Forgotten Realms lore before I start just playing D&D live on stream. So here we go. Go make some drum and bass, Olger. It'll be fun, Olger. Your first attempt at drum and bass, Olger Schmolger. And I gotta say, you're already rubbing me the right way. All right, let's listen to 2 minutes of this and let's hear what we think. past 2 minutes, but that's okay. I wanted to get the idea for this break and know what direction you were headed in. That's good. Okay, so if this is your first attempt at drum and bass, it's a little slow tempo to be called drum and bass. Usually, like drum and bass being at 185, I think. Hold on, let me just. Yeah, like 175, 185 drum and bass usually. And this is more in the double time dubstep sort of range. 140. Well, there you go. Dubstep is literally 140 BPM. So it's a little slow, a little down tempo for drum and bass, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be fast. Like I've heard drum and bass in this particular range before. But that's okay. It's got the aesthetic of drum and bass, which is why it still falls under that category, I think, if you were so inclined to categorize it, that it is just very down tempo drum and bass. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so my first note, I'll read you the note that I wrote, and then I'll explain to you what it meant, because it made sense in my head. The bass is like the Death Star. Okay, so what I meant is, essentially, there's this spaceship floating through open space, and it's just kind of cruising around, and that's your intro, right? Just this spaceship kind of cruising through open space. And then the camera kind of like pans around and sort of like gives a perspective of the spaceship and what's actually behind it to the west. And there is this enormous entity behind it, like 1,000 times bigger than it. And that is your bass here. It's so big and daunting compared to everything else that's in your mix. So, okay, the way to say this really the most efficiently is you're going to have to bring down your bass in the mix a lot. But I think I needed the image to evoke to you what it sounded like to me, just to make sure if you're going for that, if you want your bass to be huge and daunting and almost like an unstoppable force, then you've done the correct thing. I just think it is disproportionate with the rest of the instruments in your track. Even though the drums do kind of expand in tone here, your snares and hi-hats don't really, it's more just your kick. So if you were to expand your snare as well to make it a little more juicy, it might feel a little bit more in context. So that's one thing. Definitely want to regulate your bass and make your drums and your bass like fit together a little more cohesively. So that's the first thing. Compositionally speaking, it's interesting that you tell me I'm a classical trained violinist, but I've never tried electronic music before. That is super duper super interesting to me, because considering that, it's pretty good like ideas that you have here and cohesive. You seem to have the 1/4 structure there, the minor tonic to the minor subdominant, or is it the minor subdominant? It's like an implication, it's like a minor 6th, if I'm not mistaken, like minor 7th, I mean. Kind of, I think it's a minor 7th. It sounds like it's a minor 7th. Either way, like you gotta. I think it sounds like a minor 7th. Either way, it's a chord progression that's pretty simple, and then it's a nice loop. It's got a good feel, and that, for me, melodically speaking, speaks of someone who has at least some experience with like composed music and storytelling through songwriting. So that's cool. Those are good elements to have. Now I would challenge you, Olger Schmolger. I would challenge you to start introducing some tertiary elements, because you have primary elements. So for instance, your bass, your kick, your snare, your bass and your drums. You have your secondary elements, which are like this synth in the background. So those secondary elements, those like more lead elements, and then even later on, have it pulsing with a third-ish element. The glockenspiel or the xylophone, whatever it is that you're using sound-wise. What I would challenge you to do is write a little bit more tertiarily. Stick that word on a t-shirt. Holy shit. Tertiarily. Write with more tertiary themes throughout, as in think of like always the big three. Drums and bass is one, lead or like pads, comps, I guess is the way to say it if you're like classically trained, comp, accompaniment, and lead. So in this particular case, it's an idea. It's a guitar solo, right? But the idea is that there seems to be a tertiary element that needs to be a little bit more emphasized in this. Even in minimalistic music, you can have something as simple as like one mono electric guitar with a little delay on it, and it will do wonders to fill in. And even if you were to lower the volume and just keep it super, super background and make it sound almost like The Police-ish. You know what I mean. It's essentially introducing a lead element of some kind that basically fills in that empty gap. I'm challenging you to basically always think of the rhythmic, accompaniment, and lead, and fill those elements at all times throughout your song in clever ways that both accentuate each of them individualistically, but also that give breaks. So sometimes you're going to take away your rhythmic elements. Sometimes you're going to take away some of your rhythmic elements, like just your bass, and leave the drums. Sometimes you're going to leave the bass and not the drums, you know? So you're going to want to think in terms of like, exactly, Dub Effects is a great example. It's like a lot of vocal flourishes on top of a very simple drum, bass, and then every now and then you'll hear a keyboard or you'll hear a guitar that's just accompanying. Yeah. Think that way in your production, and you're going to have a lot more of a full, richer project. Also, Mincier, I'd like to say hello back to you, my dude. Welcome to the chat for the first time. I don't even know if you're still with us, because I did not say hi very fast, but hello, Mincier! Hello, Mincier! Mincier, hello! Okay. There was one last thing. I would think about a final melody, absolutely. That's very good, Olger Schmoger. So, last thing here, Olger Schmoger. I love saying your name, Olger Schmoger. Mincier greets you too. Olger Schmoger, Mincier greeted me. Mincier greeted me, Olger Schmoger. Okay, Olger Schmoger, last thing about your song here, Olger Schmoger. So, this part... See, this is more of a lead element. But we don't have any rhythmic elements. We don't have any bass elements. We don't have any comp elements. So it's very unidimensional, and you have that little glockenspiel, that's just coming in to refresh that one lead element. What I think we're gonna need, if you're going to put a lead element on its own, okay, you're going to probably want to accompany it with either comping or bass during a break at some point. It's okay to start with nothing else, to really clean up and to start fresh with just those two things. But at some point quick during this break, I would probably build something in that accompanies a little bit. that is something that is essential, I think, at some point, is you gotta once again think you can leave one thing alone at a time, but make it more of like just a sample, just a taster, rather than the whole break on its own, all alone, one element plus a glockenspiel. It's a hard sell. Your melody has to be really exceptional, or your feeling has to be really, like your feel has to be really well programmed with like velocities in order for that to work really well throughout an entire break. If it was not just quarter notes, if it wasn't just like, whoops. Was more something like something arpeggio-ish or something like that, that would certainly be a little more sustainable as a solo empty element during an entire break. But for something on the quarter notes, we need something else that fills in the space, because otherwise it just gets boring really fast. Like within 1 or 2 bars, we're already like, okay, what else you got? You know? And that's not just a drum and bass note. That is a compositional note for how you make music. Like that's how you make music more interesting over time, essentially. Because you do have a limited amount of time. That is basically the unit of measurement you have for your song, is number of seconds and number of minutes. So that's your unit. That is your canvas. So now you have to make sure that that canvas over time evolves in creative ways. Otherwise, skip. People don't listen to your shit. Bottom line. Which is okay. If that's really the only thing that matters, but if that doesn't matter to you, but I think we could just write more compelling music. I think that even classical music was written in such a way. I think that the great composers for decades or for millennia even have known that the way to tell a compelling story is to increase over time the amount of either interest, complexity, or energy, or volume, whatever you may call it, over time, so that the story that you're telling becomes more and more compelling. More over time. It's just kind of a rule of storytelling, I guess. But I enjoyed myself listening to Gonna Make Some Drum and Bass. Go make some drum and bass, Olger. It will be fun, Olger. I enjoyed that, Olger Schmolger. That was really enjoyable to me, Olger Schmolger. So I really had a good time. Honestly, it was still like quite decent and enjoyable listen. It was easygoing. But yes, I definitely think that you need to maybe just remain cognizant, I guess, like a cognizant. I don't know how the pronunciation is. You have to remain aware of the drum bass, accompaniment, and lead, like triumvirate, like the Holy Trinity, and how all three can be on at the same time. But every now and then you're gonna bounce between 1 and 2 and all 3. It's a very interesting shape, right? I think you could take it from here, is I guess what I'm saying. Mincier, I saw that you tried to join the queue. Unfortunately, we are pretty much, you know what? No, that's true. It's already 8:30 here in Canada, so I gotta be taken off, unfortunately. But let's see what you're saying here. I think the reverb needs an EQ. Yes, I actually would agree with that. I actually would agree with that. I think that to an extent, you could EQ Olger Schmolger. You could EQ your reverb in a bit of an Abbey Road way, which is you scoop out your lows and your highs, and you leave only the mids of your reverb. That is considered the Abbey Road reverb trick. I think that works on almost all reverbs, especially for things like strings, vocals, guitars. It works super well. It just brings out the actual energy of what it is you're playing so much better, and it gets rid of all of that muddy lows and those harsh highs, and it really cleans up your mix a little bit. So if you apply some Abbey Road EQ to your reverb, you might clean up your mix a little bit more, though be careful because your mix is already quite sterile. It's quite sterile, so you want to add some elements probably before taking away some. But eventually, when you add enough elements, you're going to want to clean it back up. So yeah. It works sometimes, but depends on the production around it. If you listen to Move Your Body during the break, it's a quarter note chord, but it's playing in comparison with the vocal after 2 bars. What? It works sometimes, but depends on the production around it. If you listen to Move Your Body. If you listen to Move Your Body during the break, it's a quarter note chord, but it's playing in comparison with the vocals after 2 bars. I see what you're saying. So yes, it's the way that you are songwriting, essentially, that will determine whether someone will move their body, and if so, when. And yes, absolutely. And vocals will have a tremendous effect on the quarter notes or the eighth notes rhythms that you put yourself here. You're from Canada too, Mincier? Absolutely. Ontario? I was just in Ontario over the weekend. I was just in Kingston. I was literally just playing a gig at the Blue Martini in Kingston. Literally this weekend. Christ, it's good to hear from a fucking Canadian. Don't get many of them. Don't get many hosers coming through here, you know, bad. I'm off to bed, mate. Have a great day. It was fun hanging around again. Same to you, 0 Point. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the music, for allowing us to comment on it and provide feedback. I know that you are an intelligent individual, and I love that you are with us still. Yeah, man, take care of yourself, and thanks for subscribing again. Olger Schmolger, similarly, thank you for allowing us to listen to this song, for allowing us to comment and provide feedback similarly as well, for allowing us to talk about it and hopefully help you in your production a little bit. This is a good first draft. It could be a great first song, honestly. It really could. If you add the elements that I think we've been talking about tonight, I think you could really get somewhere with this track. And again, Mincier, you are correct. That was actually my first comment. The bass is something to be cleaned up overall, I think. But thank you, nonetheless, Olger Schmolger, for trusting us with your track. Thank you very much. That will bring us to the end of our queue for the evening. Thank you, Mincier, as well, for those final comments. Hopefully, we'll see you next time on our feedback stream. You get in early. We can get your song listened to one of the first in line. I would like that very much personally. Olger Schmolger, thank you as well for your excellent username, as well as a great first try at drum and bass, if I do say so myself. It's clear to me you know music theory to a certain extent, so it doesn't surprise me, but it's a great first shot, honestly. Thank you again for trusting us with your track. Thanks to all of the people whom submitted tracks with within this particular stream. We appreciate you all. We haven't done it in a long time, eh? It's been a long ass time that we haven't been on stream, so we're gonna be hopefully getting to another stream next time, next week, if I'm not mistaken. Stop it! I didn't say yes yet. Jeez. Mincier, thank you for subscribing. Last minute subscription. We appreciate that. Closing off the evening on a good note. Thank you so much. We will see you guys hopefully next week multiple times. We got a possible mixing stream. So if you want to see what I do when I open up a client's song and I say I got to mix all of these instruments, join me. We might be able to do that together online next week, and we will hopefully be back for another feedback stream next week. So we will see you then. But until next week, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys.